Once again, a very warm good morning to all the participants. I now request Ms. Cynthia Douglas to welcome our chief guest.
To start the program, Vittal.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vittal. Good morning, everyone. We welcome each of you present here. On behalf of the organizers, we thank you for choosing to be part of this two-day national seminar on mental health of youth during the pandemic, adapting and coping with the new normal. And this national seminar is sponsored by ICSSR SRC and organized by the Department of Psychology, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University. And it has, if you're talking about the number of youth, is the largest in the world. India has the largest number of youth in the world. And this is an age group which is referred to as the most dynamic and vibrant. And owing to the situation across countries, because of the pandemic, the perception of the past and the future has brought about the need for novel solutions, from despair to languish and to resilience and adaptation. I think most of us have fared well. The next 2 days will have a myriad of avenues and thoughts which will be showcased to us by eminent speakers from across the nation. And we request each of the participants to be as attentive as possible all through. A couple of guidelines for all the participants. Kindly remain on mute your microphones, and you can use the chat box to post your questions, which shall be answered at the end of the session. We have the flow, the schedule for the first half like this. We have the introduction of the guest of honor by Deepti, Dr. T. Deepti, and we have the introduction by Mr. A.H.S. Vittal. The significance of the program will be highlighted to us by Dr. P. Swati, the seminar director, and we have Dr. A. Anupama, HOD, Department of Psychology, who will be speaking to us. We recognize the presence of Professor C. Ganesh, Sir, Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University, and I hand over this time to Dr. T. Deepti.
A very good morning to one and all. So today we have gathered here on this two-day national seminar on mental health of youth during pandemic, adapting and coping with new normal, which is sponsored by ICSSR SRC and organized by Department of Psychology, Osmania University. I feel extremely honored today to introduce our chief guest today morning, Dr. Purnima Nagaraja. Dr. Purnima is an experienced psychiatrist with a demonstrated history of working in hospital and healthcare industry. She's skilled in psychological assessment, special needs rehabilitation in children and adults, personality development, healthcare, and cognitive behavioral therapy. She also focuses on women empowerment, child abuse support and counseling, training, and psychological wellness. All these services are provided from her psychiatric care center, Dhriti Wellness Center, which is located at Banjara Hills, Hyderabad. Madam is also an experienced teacher who teaches psychiatry, psychology, and mental health at undergraduate level, postgraduate, and also at doctorate level. She's a consulting professional with a diploma in psychiatry, MS in psychotherapy, focused in psychiatry psychology. She works with assessments, rehabilitation, empowerment, and mental health, and she is alumnus of Siddhartha Medical College. We are very grateful, Madam, Dr. Purnima Nagaraja, for accepting our invitation and marking your presence here. It is a privilege to have you here as a chief guest today. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Now I request Vittal to introduce our guest of honor.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Department of Psychology, Osmania University, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor for today, Professor Chinta Ganesh. Sir is currently Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University, and also Head Department of Sociology and Social Work, Osmania University. Sir has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience and has guided more than 14 PhD students to their doctoral degree. And Sir has published 5 books and has delivered more than 100 lectures to various institutions across the country. Sir has also been the director of Competitive Examinations Coaching Center and also was the director of Professor G. Ram Reddy Center for Distance Education. And currently he is the director for Center for Telangana Studies and also director of Civil Services Academy. We welcome you, sir. It's an honor to have you. Now
Good
over
morning
to
to all.
Dr. Swati.
I am Dr. P. Swati, Department of Psychology, Osmania University. Currently, I am the Chairperson Board of Studies, and I am also the current seminar director for this current seminar. So once again, warm greetings to all. I feel it's my pleasure to invite all the dignitaries on the dais, Professor C. Ganesh Garu, Principal, Arts College, who is the guest of honor for this inaugural session, and Dr. Punima Nagaraj Garu, renowned psychiatrist and a very good friend of mine, and who has always been with us whenever there is a departmental activity. And I also invite all other esteemed speakers of this two-day seminar. Some of the speakers of tomorrow also have joined this inaugural session. So I extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries on this dais who are present in the audience, that is all the participants who were the students. Some of them were professionals, and also the parents who wanted to attend this program and know about their mental health of the youth, especially the adolescents. So I thank all of you who have been obliged for my request and all the participants who have registered for the program. In fact, when we have designed this program and when we started shading the brochure, some people asked, why this program now? Is it really there is a pandemic? So what do you feel? Is it like completely we are away from the pandemic? Are we out of it completely? Is it really like we have come back to our normal situations prior to the pandemic, how they were? So if we look back and try to understand the situations, I think still we are witnessing many students, many adults, many oldest people who were trying to have the difficulty in adapting to this post-pandemic situations. In fact, like if you observe around or in your normal interactions, probably you might have felt like whenever we discuss about being a part of the large gathering, it could be a marriage function, it could be a conference, wherever it is, like immediately people raise their eyebrows. Can we really go there as into the part of the big crowd, big gathering? Can we be really behave in a normal situation like how we were prior to the pandemic? So a little bit suspicious, people still wear masks. And if someone is sneezing, someone is continuously coughing, people raise their eyebrows, and we are still carrying the sanitizers if at all, if we have to go to the large gatherings, isn't it? So here, when you observe these situations and when we try to see in what situations we are, definitely we are not completely out of this fear of pandemic. Neither we are trying to be very happy with the way we are adjusting to the situations. Similarly, like if you try to interact with the people after the pandemic, many people who were affected with the COVID very intensely, and some of them probably like more than twice, more than once who got affected with the COVID, they did not come out of this pandemic fear or the after effects of pandemic, and still they are experiencing the physical and psychological trauma, what they have experienced, and still currently they are experiencing it. And even the teachers in our normal discussions or when we conduct the programs, whether if the teachers are part of the school or a college or in the university, generally they complain about the behavior of the students. Probably if some of you were teaching, I think you can relate to it. Like they're not able to sit continuously for more than 1 hour or more than 45 minutes. And if they are very young children, not even for half an hour after the pandemic. So like the 1.5 year of the pandemic, how the life was, and again, coming back, trying to get back to the normal situations, it is not so easy thing. So many of the students in particular, but people in general, were exhibiting the symptoms like related to the cognitive processes, unable to concentrate, or the irrational fears that they have developed, the kind of the panic that they undergo when even a slight disturbance in their health issues, and associated emotional aspects, and similarly the behavioral aspects. All these things are making us wonder like how we can really help the people, whether it is young adults or whether it is the youth, the young adolescents. So how the faculty, the practitioners, and the professionals can come together and create some awareness as to how we can get back to this normal situations. So before going back to the normal situations, definitely like we have to accept the new normal. So people wonder like, what is this new normal? Professionals, mental health professionals, and also the IT sector people, they were speaking about new normal and also next normal. So what is this new normal? I think most of you are familiar, if not all, that any particular state in which we are now after the crisis, here the crisis could be pandemic, it could be a war, it could be economic recession. So after that, how we are trying to adapt to the situations. Definitely the current situations cannot be as same as the situations prior to the pandemic, prior to any kind of a crisis. But still, life has to go on. We have to live a happy life. We have to balance our physical health and mental health. So keeping that in context, we thought like there is a need to create awareness among all the people, particularly among the youth and also among the working professionals as to how they can adjust to these new situations. So in this context, like we thought, let us create an awareness about how and what can be done in adapting to these new situations to maintain our mental health and also get prepared for the next normal. So next normal is once we are completely out of this pandemic and we have learned the techniques of dealing ourselves, not only about the physical and psychological well-being, but also maintaining our economic well-being, the social well-being, I think slowly we can proceed to the next normal situations. So with this small note, I would like to conclude stating that in this 2-day seminar, almost like 10 professionals have been like, we could may bring them together for this platform across those who are working across the country in different universities like Amity University, Mizoram University, and many more universities like Deen Dayal University, a private deemed university, and some practicing professionals from Jammu Kashmir, Assam, and many more places. Definitely, like we have our own supporting resource persons who are renowned people, even from the within the state, within the Hyderabad, like how we could invite our chief guest, Dr. Purnima Nagaraj, and one professional from NIM, because nutrition also has to play an important role in maintaining our physical and psychological well-being. So the role of the nutrition in maintaining our physical and psychological well-being. Then similarly, like we have from IIT Hyderabad, we have other resource persons. So I think within the short span of the time, we try to get a good amalgamation of the faculty who can give you different perspectives in different ways. Some professionals are ready to speak on resilience skills. I think it is not only for the students or the young people, but even for the middle-aged people, and even beyond that, we need to develop the resilience skills in the current situations. So we plan to cover maximum aspects as major themes in this particular seminar, 2 days seminar. hope like all will be able to adjust to this short span sessions, like duration is only 1 hour sessions, but we try to give you a complete picture of what can be done, how a particular skill can be maintained. I think with this, you definitely try to implement whatever you are picking up, certain concepts or certain skills in your day-to-day life. And if possible, try to share it with the others, whatever you have learned. I think we can spread that kind of an awareness and work for the mental health of all and also for the well-being of all. Thank you. Now, I request our guest of honor, Professor C. Ganesh Garu, to address the gathering.
Yeah. Good morning to all of you. I think I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So, chief guest for this national seminar on mental health of youth during pandemic, adapting and coping with the new normal, Dr. Purnima Nagaraj Garu, chief guest for this inaugural function. Then seminar director, Dr. P. Swati Madam, Dr. A. Anupama Madam, Head Department of Psychology and Vice Principal of University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University. Faculty members of Department of Psychology, Osmania University, Dr. Cynthia Douglas and Dr. Vittal, and the participants of this seminar who are participating in this seminar from different parts of the country. In fact, it is a good initiative to have a discussion on the mental health of youth during pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic situation has affected almost all sections of the society in the world, including Indian society. And those effects are still continuing even during the post-pandemic situation. COVID-19 pandemic situation has not only affected the physical health of the people, but it has affected so much on the mental health or psychological well-being of the individuals and families. Even during the post-pandemic situation, there is so much stress, anxiety, and frustration among the youth. And COVID-19 pandemic situation has resulted into several social, economic, and health consequences. As I said, it has not only affected the health status of the individuals, but it has also affected the economic status, and social and psychological well-being of the people. All of us know very well that during the pandemic situation, everyone has faced several problems, and particularly those who have affected with this COVID, they have not only suffered with the health issues, but those health issues are even continuing, and that has multiple effects on the health status of the people, even after or even during the post-pandemic situation. It's still continuing in several forms. So deterioration in the physical health also affecting the mental health of the individuals. And another important issue is that during the pandemic situation, in many families, they have lost their dear ones. That means many people have died. Even in Osmania University, we have experienced that. We have lost some of our teachers, some of our non-teaching staff, and those who are very young, they have lost their life due to the effect of COVID-19. And some of the families I have seen even in rural areas, I have seen in many districts that because of this COVID-19, many families have collapsed. And even many families have vanished. And that has a serious impact on the mental status of the surviving members of the family. And this is one aspect. And another important aspect is that because of this pandemic situation, the economic status or the income level of many families have drastically reduced. And that has its impact on the social life of the people. And I have seen that even today, many families, they are struggling for their day-to-day needs. When we have seen in Osmania University itself, there are many employees whose salary is very meager. But during this post-COVID situation, they're still suffering with various types of health issues. And their economic status is not permitting them to have the better healthcare facilities. And let me tell you that during the post-COVID situation, in many families, especially in many lower income families, they are forced to withdraw their children from the schools. I've seen in the villages, because they are not able to pay the fee for their children. They are not able to provide the nutritive food for their children, for their family members. And not only that, even the pandemic situation has also affected the employment opportunities in the job market. Except some skilled persons, many unskilled persons are not able to get employment. And large number of youth, they are forced to remain as unemployed. we can see in rural areas, in every village, you can see the large number of youth who are unemployed, even in spite of having higher qualifications. And that is also the situation in many universities. You can see thousands of students, even after completion of their courses, they are not able to find a decent employment. So all these conditions are affecting their mental status. That is why today, most of the time, even educated people like us, we are talking about the physical health, but mental health is more important. Especially, I feel that in rural areas, people are not aware of the importance of mental health. They're only bothered about their physical health, that's all. So in fact, mental well-being is more important. And the deteriorating economic status during pandemic situation has affected not only the youth, even it affected the elderly people, it affected women, it affected various sections of the society. So in this context, and another important aspect I would like to tell you that especially frustration level is increasing among the youth during the post-pandemic situation. One side, the effect of COVID pandemic situation, and another side, increasing unemployment in the society. These two combined together, resulting into increasing anxiety and frustration among the youth. So in this context, the psychiatrists and psychologists have to play a great role in this society, especially in the context of Indian society. People are not focusing much on the mental well-being or mental health. And we need to organize many seminars, workshops, discussions, and counseling programs for the benefit of the various sections of Indian society to create awareness with regard to the importance of mental health and mental well-being. I'm sure that these kind of seminars will be very much helpful to create awareness among the general population. Even many educated people are unaware of the importance of mental health. So my request to the renowned personalities like Dr. Purnima Nagaraj, Madam, Dr. Swati, Dr. Anupama, like we have many psychologists and psychiatrists. You need to initiate many more programs for the benefit of the society, more specifically for the benefit of the large number of middle class, lower middle class, lower class, who are suffering with various types of mental problems. And in fact, we have seen in rural areas, even in urban slums, how they are suffering with different types of mental problems. So all these issues need to be addressed, need to be discussed. And the scholars like you, because I am a sociologist, but of course, the psychologists are much more important, much more essential than the other social scientists. So psychologists need to play a prominent role in creating awareness with regard to the importance of mental health. So I congratulate Dr. Swati Madam and also Dr. Anupama Madam for organizing this seminar. Definitely, many students, research scholars, teachers, and different sections of the society will benefit with this kind of seminar. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion and giving the valuable suggestions. We are really honored to have you here today morning. Now I request Dr. Anupama, Head Department of Psychology, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Deepti. At the outset, I would like to congratulate my colleague, Dr. P. Swati, the seminar director, who has organized this particular national seminar for 2 days and made a lot of effort to bring in best possible academicians and professionals practicing in the field to interact with the participants from different fields, not only the students, scholars, and faculty members within the field, also from general public. So when we were discussing, we have kept it open for everyone, and I'm very happy to see that a lot of people have registered. I think slowly they would join, some of them. My thanks, I profusely thank our principal sir, Professor C. Ganesh sir, who has graced this occasion today, being guest of honor. And most importantly, I'm really happy to have Dr. Purnima madam, who has always been very supportive and never said no to for any of the programs or events that we have conducted, and she always gave her bit of wisdom to shared her wisdom to with all of us, and has been extremely supportive. And I thank all my staff, teaching staff and non-teaching staff, scholars and students who have been very helpful and assisted in organizing this particular seminar. So I don't want to take more time because we know that it started a little late because of a few reasons. But what I would like to probably put across to all the participants here is that there are 2-3 things that we should note here. As this particular seminar, you may be wondering, like rightly pointed out by Dr. P. Swati and also Professor Ganesh sir, that why are we discussing this particular topic here? And what could be the myriad reasons that we should consider while we are talking about mental health. What is this new normal about? Is there any new normal? Have we realized that there is this new normal? There is any change? Sir was very explicitly talking about so many things that got affected in terms of sociological, socially, economically, and he also mentioned about so many things about how families got disrupted. So directly and indirectly, as we think that this pandemic, till now it has not been declared that pandemic has come to an end. So when we talk about pandemic also, what do we actually focus on? Are we only referring to that time period where many people got affected? Is that the pandemic? Is that how a pandemic is should be understood? So, and why we are addressing youth, and why it is very important that young minds have to become really healthy, is that now that all of you have faced, or all of you have been through this kind of unfortunate episode in our lives, we need to become very aware about how we can understand this much better, how we can prepare ourselves for our future lives, in terms of personally being there, and also not personally in addition to being there, we also have to understand how we are going to create environments. Yeah, there is some disturbance. I think somebody yeah, thank you. So we also, as we expect from the young generation, that while they have gone through this, and they should understand all the different reasons factors influencing this particular pandemic, occurrence of that, none of us have known till now. We're not very sure about how this has come, but that is definitely something which we cannot even think about, nor imagine. We can't even control that. It happens, but what happened after that is very important for us, all of us, to review back and know. This particular seminar that has been rightly organized in today's time really has to bring all of this out, and we want all the young minds to be alert about it, understand what happened and what is going to happen, and how can we prepare. So when ma'am has rightly titled this program, Dr. Swati ma'am, when adapting and coping, so how do we adapt to this? What comes? Is it just that we maintain physical distancing? Is it that we are talking about trying to take care and isolate ourselves if you have any problem? Is that what it is all about, or it is more to that? So what happened before, after, during, and what could be our behavioral responses to this kind of situations is very important. Because why it has also become very, very imperative for us to discuss is that this kind of large scale what I can say a problem as experienced by each and every one of us, directly and indirectly. Some of may be very lucky, very few are very lucky not to get affected the way others have gotten affected. But still, as any human being, as a person who have to live the rest of our lives and also responsible for the future generations, we need to understand how we can make this world a better place, create those environments that these kind of situations, if when they come, because I'm not saying they will not come, they will come. When they come, how are we going to encounter that? How are we going to cope with that? How are we going to adapt to that? So I think these kind of discussions have to happen. Lot of discussions have happened across all these couple of years also, but I think there should be still ongoing discussions that young minds should really understand the way they should move forward. We get very satisfied when there is a vaccine. Oh, there is some cure for it, so let us not very bother about it. But does it suffice? We are seeing what is happening even with the vaccine. But as psychologists, coming from the fraternity of psychology, we all should also understand what is the psychology behind all of this. So how can we help? How can we create this awareness? How can we help people learn to adapt, learn to cope with all of these issues that are emerging? With the impending, probably, I don't know how big it is going to be, the impending economic crisis that is going to come, the recession that is going to hit us. Already it has started, as you can see, a lot of layoffs from the companies and all that, and maybe some even natural disasters, anything that is going to come in future. How are we going to understand? So you have recently heard about earthquakes in Nepal and North Indian. Tremors have come, mild tremors have come. There is a possibility of larger tremors that can come. So as human beings, we all keep having we are always encountered with some major problem or the other. Weather changes are occurring, so many things are occurring. So how are we going to adjust to all of this? So are we going to make this new normal much a better normal, or are we going to get back to the old normal? Which one is better? I think these kind of discussions will help us understand what could be the best normal that we can possibly have. There was very beautiful lecture I heard about. Do we have to go back to the normal? Is it important that we have to go back to the normal? That also is a very important question. So then what about this new normal? How is this new normal? Is it helpful for us being in the new normal, continuing in the new normal, or can we recreate a better one? So I think who is going to do? Each one of us is going to do. Each one of us is responsible. For all of those who have been severely affected, for all of those who are responsible for helping people who got affected, I think all of us are here today, and I wish this national seminar, it's only just for 2 days, with whatever time we could pull it in inside, but whatever can be learned from it, what takeaways can come from this particular seminar, I wish all that could be successfully implemented during this seminar. I urge all the participants to spend good time, understand, learn from the experts in the field, and now that immediately you're going to hear from a very renowned psychiatrist with us. From here it starts that we learn from everybody and then practice whatever we learn. And to conclude my remarks for today, I really congratulate Dr. P. Swati, the seminar director, for bringing in. She's been really putting in a lot of effort, and I'm sure that this will be a very successful seminar the department is conducting after a little while. So once again, thank you for giving this opportunity, and I wish everybody a good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable words. Now I request our keynote speaker for today and our chief guest, Dr. Purnima Nagaraja ma'am, to take over. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me and I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So first, I'd like to congratulate Swati ma'am and the department for actually thinking, of this as a topic for us to reevaluate our value systems and to reevaluate where our life is going and how to go about it. So people say, "Arey, pandemic ho gaya na? Why are we even talking about this?" When I was making my slides yesterday. But I think, is it really over? Is it really done? Because every time we think, it's over, and I take my mask off, we hear of some fresh cases somewhere, a new strain. So there was this very funny joke that said, what doesn't kill you will mutate and strike again. So which is what we're actually seeing, mutations and mutations and more mutations with different symptoms. Being a medical professional, I have seen the first wave, the fear, the paranoia. I live in a gated community, and it was terrible because particularly when there was a talk that, corona actually is transmitted through the elderly, which was actually a very, very odd statement to make. The elderly were actually ostracized, not allowed to come out of their homes. And there were many in gated communities and apartments where the children were abroad. They could not travel back to take care of their elderly, and the elderly had no food to eat also. So I think, this is just some of the things that we face. Migrant workers, I think everybody knows about how they were in near starvation. But this pandemic has also taught us about the beauty of humanity, that even the lower middle class people who actually could not afford to, or had to plan to even go watch a film in a multiplex with their children, were like making food in the house, at their expenses, distributing food packages, distributing grains, oil, essential commodities. They were out on the street. Even if they could help 5 people, 2 people, or even 1 person a day, they were doing it. And that is a beauty of humanity that I think has come to light in this pandemic. They say, in crisis, we know who our friends are. And today we know that at the end of the day, the world is just this huge village and we're all friends. So what did the pandemic teach us? And what did we actually go through? Let me give you a quick recall. The first thing I think, we would like to talk about is, the various sections of people, economic sections, gender sections. There were huge statistics, and those statistics unfortunately continue. One thing is the economic recession that we are going to be facing very soon. Thousands of employees, overnight losing their jobs, and the psychological issues and the mental health issues that follow. The women who I think bore the brunt of increased caregiving activities, everybody in the house. And so their work increased, their caregiving increased, their mental pressures increased, their own free time and their own life went through a drastic change. And perhaps I think the most affected were the children. No school, no peer groups, no trips to the bakery, no teachers, no interacting with teachers, no making noise in class, no writing exams, all stuck to the phone. And we unfortunately went back on everything, that we were telling the world, that cut down screen time. And then here We had children who were glued to their screens because of the classes we conducted. Can I have the first slide, please? Can I have the first slide, please? Yeah. So thank you very much. And if you look at these words, stress and anxiety, depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, and PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, all of these have now become household terms. There are people who will walk in and say, look, I'm feeling anxious, or use the word depression. Every one of us developed obsessive compulsive disorder because we were washing and washing and washing and washing. And even today, I think we as medical professionals had to deal with, cracked skin, and I think I still have them, cracked skin, burnt from too much alcohol use, and constantly washing our hands, constantly using alcohol-based, and constantly getting paranoid, wearing 2 masks, 3 masks. The medical professionals in the hospitals were, working in the ICUs, working with actually patients who were suffering from corona. I think we've seen enough videos of how many minutes it takes for them to put on their suits, and how they used to be completely wet with sweat inside. So many of them lost out on families. They were not allowed to meet their families. Many more doctors who tried to come home were ostracized from their own apartments or living dwellings or from their PG accommodations, because they thought, you're carrying the germ home. See, basically, we might say, how cruel human beings were at that time. Fear makes us cruel. Fear makes us react in ways that we probably would not react in other circumstances. Even today, there are people who have post-traumatic stress, who wake up screaming, who wake up, afraid that, they have contacted corona, dreaming of lost family members, dreaming of people who, they love and who are sick or debilitated, dealing with long COVID symptoms. I'll go into that a little later. Symptoms that have persisted long after the COVID, fear of the vaccination, paranoia about the vaccination. I used to have children who used to call me, random numbers, we were all on helplines. They would pick up and say, I'm afraid my mom and dad are going to die. And this is coming from a 6 or a 7-year-old who can barely talk. Or my mama passed away, and now will my mother also die? So we had no answers to these questions also. And it was a very stressful period for not just the people around us and all of us. I'm sure all of you have had your share of stress. But it was a terrible time for, people who had, experience with corona, people who were trying to get admission into hospitals and were failing, oxygen supply being low, and so many myriad issues that kept happening again and again. So there was a first wave, and there was a second wave. Second wave was by far the worst. It was a Delta wave. People were dying left, right, and center all over the world. No place in hospitals, no place anywhere. People not coming out of their houses, and that created even more mental health issues. So the biggest thing that happened to us was a drastic change in our lifestyle, a drastic change economically, a drastic change in our attitudes, with what is called as, the pandemic fear. It just started off as, okay, something might infect me or something might happen. And it went all the way to like, oh my God, I'm going to die. This is it. I'm going to die. I know of youngsters who, distributed their erasers, their pencils to other people and say, like, if I die, this is yours. So I asked one child, what if you don't die? What are you going to do then? Because you've given everything away. And then they said, I hope my friends are good enough to give it back to me. So this is, it might sound childish, but you see that the fear was real, very, very real. And I think that fear exists even now. You might have people walking around without masks and being fearless, but that fearlessness or that carelessness, or some people call it even carelessness, is our way of it's our way of talking about how afraid we were, and therefore it's like the rubber band effect. Now I'm going to be fearless. I'm going to deal with whatever happens and comes my way. but the gnawing fear always remains, and that has been the cause of many mental health issues which continue to happen. Can I have the next slide, please? So there's another entity called pandemic boredom. Everybody is sitting at home. There are people even today who have been given, particularly the IT industries and other small businesses, like permanent work from home. So initially, I used to feel very jealous of the IT department, saying like, look at these guys, I mean, they're working from home, and why don't we have that luxury? We have to, whatever our health condition, we have to lug ourselves to the hospital every day. But now work from home has become a four-letter word. Because the minute you say work from home, everybody starts groaning and says, oh my God, no ma'am, no ma'am. When we were working in the offices, we never realized that it was such fun to work in the offices. So that was another realization. The pandemic boredom made us realize that office is fun after all. The lovely canteens, the food that used to come, all the exotic food that we could order in all the big departments, the huge buildings that now are almost deserted. So when you drive to the financial district of Hyderabad, you'll find most of the buildings are empty. And a few of them probably work once or twice a week. So people were missing their colleagues, going from cubicle to cubicle, gossiping, talking, the little chai breaks, the cigarette breaks, all of that. In the same pandemic boredom, I think when we were sitting there getting bored, sick of watching Netflix, sick of watching other OTT films, playing hooky and not attending classes, nagging our children to attend classes. We were bored. We were very, very bored. But just imagine all those for who a livelihood was taken up. All the bandiwalas, all the thelawalas who used to sell everything from chaat to, idlis and dosas on the road. What happened to them? They disappeared. And that was their daily income. What about all the migrant workers? No way to go back home, nobody to feed them, and the people who hired them had thrown them out. What about the domestic help who depend solely on the salary that we give them? What about the small office staff? The receptionists, the office boys, the film industry also suffered. So there was a limit to how sorry we kept, feeling, but there was limitless need for us to be compassionate. And then we came across this new word called compassion fatigue, where we are sick of feeling sorry. It might sound really nasty and mean when we say that, but constantly watching the migrant workers suffering, program after program on TV. So here we are, we switch off the TV. Phone calls coming and saying, so and so is sick. Can you help us? We need blood. We need plasma. We need, some financial help. So we don't know what to do. And then we have, every radio station, every TV station continuously begging for help. Hospitals laying out their advertisements saying, please help us. We need plasma, we need blood, we need for transfusion, we need these tablets, we need those tablets. Tablets costing an arm and a leg. In fact, today we are so happy that, these masks, they cost about 2 rupees on the road. But they went up to almost just an ordinary surgical mask like this. I hope you can see me. An ordinary surgical mask, which costs about 2 rupees now on the road, or 3 rupees maximum. It went up to costing about 50 rupees to 60 rupees. An N95 mask was in the early days 500 rupees, and people were buying it left, right, and center because they thought that's the only thing that can save them. Prayers to God increased. All pujas increased because we just didn't know what to do. I mean, desperation is an awful thing, and I'm sure all of you will recognize that the level of desperation that all of us, felt. Difficulty in, getting groceries, difficulty in cooking, and then the paranoia about groceries also. Leave them out in the sun for a few days. Somebody says, wash it with Dettol. Somebody else says. So people, being fanatical about disinfecting their house surfaces. So at some point, you see, when fatigue sets in, we are like, oh my God, I feel sorry for my mate. I feel sorry for my children. I feel sorry for myself. I feel sorry for my family. I feel sorry for the world at large. And I'm tired of feeling sorry. So compassion fatigue was something which actually led to anxiety, which led to depression, which led to a lot of other things which we um, did not sign up for. This pandemic was something we did not sign up for. So the only comforting factor for us in those days was, like, there have been so many pandemics like the bubonic plague, and we had dengue fever, we had so many pandemics, and they didn't last. Everything went away. And then we used to get angry. There was so much discrimination. The minute you see somebody who resembled somebody from the Northeast or any of the Far Eastern countries, there was violence towards them, saying, you got it into this country, you are the bad guys. So so many senseless things happened. So many senseless things happened, and they unfortunately continue to happen. The next slide, please. What resulted, and unfortunately continues to be an issue, we had less verbal communication. People stopped talking to each other. What do we talk on a day-to-day basis? Because we are all at home. So there's nothing happening like, I can talk about the traffic. I can talk about my day in the office or my day in my clinic. I can talk about so many things, or something, a food which I went to a restaurant, ate, but there's nothing there. So I have nothing to talk now. So I became more and more withdrawn. I became more and more depressed, and I was spending more and more time online, watching films, playing games. And at some point, people started getting so bored that pornography was started ruling the roost. A lot of sexual activity in the house increased, sexual abuse, I must say. The online hours spent would lead to physical issues like shoulder pain, headaches, body pains, lowered circulation, deep vein thrombosis. A lot of these things, because you're just sitting still, sitting in one place, you're not even allowed to go out, or not even allowed to open a window. So no fresh air either. People went into a cooking frenzy, and Facebook was full of all these things, different recipes and challenges, and Facebook challenges on photographs. So we decided that let's try our best. Zoom calls became a big thing. Everybody's meeting on Zoom calls, discussing things on Zoom calls, having chai samosa on Zoom calls. So a lot of innovation also came out. We innovated so many things to keep us from getting bored. But it was almost like a facade, because we were hiding relationship issues, we were hiding caregiving issues, we were hiding fatigue, we were hiding fear of losing our jobs, we were hiding economics issues, we were hiding our anxieties about our children and their education. All of this behind this, all of these activities that we were trying to incorporate into our lives and continue to incorporate. In fact, the gated community I live in still has Zoom calls wherein we try to communicate with each other, try to have little classes for children, educational classes for children, games, crafts for children. We still have them. So I think that's a wonderful place to be also. And like I said before, work from home became a curse and not a blessing. And I know people who come to me for therapy just to cope with the concept that for the rest of their lives, they are going to be working from home. And no matter what they do, that is not going to change. I'm sorry, I think I lost connection. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, thank you. So yeah, so there seems to be, like we had, so many activities planned for our lives, so many things that we wanted to do. Children who wanted to go abroad to do their undergraduations and their post-graduations, people who wanted to move abroad to work. You couldn't move out of your house. So, can I have the next slide, please? Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Amit, who is Mr. Amit? Please mute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, so we all became internet savvy. People who never needed to, like elderly people who never really needed to. The children would switch on a film and make the elderly watch it. Everybody became internet savvy. Everybody learned how to sell mails. Everybody became WhatsApp savvy. Other social media savvy. I know of an 80-year-old gentleman who started, making Snapchat stories and Instagram reels. So everything changed overnight. Everything, felt like, are we entering, this Alice in Wonderland? We're down, going through the rabbit hole, and where are we coming out from? And that was a very scary prospect also, and which opened up a whole host of mental health issues, like fear of the future. What do we do? What am I going to do? What if I lose my job? What if I lose my health? What if I lose my loved ones? What if everything changes? What if this becomes permanent, where we can't leave our houses? So within relationships also, there were new boundaries. I know of a person who came up to me and said, I want to apply for a divorce. And when we asked her, why are you applying for a divorce? I never realized that my husband snores, because he used to be on a night shift. And I never realized how loudly he snores. And I really don't think I can live with this for the rest of my life. That seems like a very minor thing. But as we all know, the statistics for domestic violence increased. The statistics for interpersonal issues increased. The statistics for divorce increased. There were people who were online. The divorce lawyers were really busy online. Although the courts were not there, the notices were being served. And people were trying to move out of these relationships. Then we had another issue, long-term relationships. Like I know of a woman who went to visit her parents, and the lockdown was, overnight. She had to stay in her parents' house. Husband is here. She was newly married, and for almost 3 months, she was managing on a long-term relationship. It definitely took its toll. And then there were people who could not come back to India to visit their parents or to visit their family. And these are also considered to be long-term relationships, because you're far away from your loved ones. So long-distance relationships and many long-term relationships in respect to people who've been married for a very long time. Say, I know of people who, and I've heard and read about people also who are married for 30 years, 35 years, 40 years, extremely elderly people who said, no, I can't live with this man anymore, or I can't live with this woman anymore. Let's divide and go away. So it affected the relationships where, all boundaries changed. It affected people who are newlywed. It affected people who are, sort of married for a few years with little children. It affected people with adolescent children, because saying, I can't stand these kids. What are you doing? What kind of a mother are you? And the mother would say, like, so you've been absent all these years, and now you realize that the kids are out of hand. So fights ensued. And then, of course, we have, like I said, the long relationships wherein elderly people also said, look, I can't stand you. I never realized, as long as you were going out, or you're sitting with your friends, I didn't realize how bad your behavior was. So people's behavior changed. Psychologically, we call it cabin fever, wherein everybody is staring at everybody's face, everybody is into everybody's face. So we don't know what to do, because there's no way out. And then you start getting sick of those faces around you, you're getting sick of all the work that you're doing, start fighting with everybody. And this was called cabin fever. Then we have this issue of less physical contact. You can't hug your lovers. You can't hug your children, because you don't know what you're going to be giving them. You don't want to give your mother who's ailing a hug, because who knows, her fever may be corona. So less physical contact. And you see, we are human beings. every one of Earth's creatures love. You pat a dog, you pat a cat, and they're so happy. The same way, you hug a human being, you hug a child, you hug your friends. It gives you a feeling of happiness, because you have a lot of happiness hormones that are secreted, particularly if you're talking about dopamine and we are talking about oxytocin. These hormones are released, which are actually pleasure hormones and happiness hormones. So you feel good when you hug somebody. The physical contact of holding hands or hugging somebody, I think it can't be described in words, because it gives you a lot of security also. It dips into many areas of psychology which deal with security, resilience, happiness, reassurance, all of these things. There was also less sexual contact, and I think that is also eaten into relationships a lot. Even today, there are a lot of people who are afraid, saying that, look, my husband has a cough. So until he gives me, shows me the certificate that he's corona negative, I am not going to have any sexual contact with him. Most people started sleeping in different rooms because of the children or lack of privacy. And that seems to continue. And I'm wondering, why can't we change that now? And they said, no, we are comfortable this way. We didn't realize that, sleeping in two different rooms is of some level of comfort to all of us. So these are issues which don't even get discussed outside. And here I'd like to make a little note about, we are talking only of binary genders. Here I'm trying to make a little, a little note on the LGBTQIA. You see, we have a lot of people who were gays and lesbians, transgenders, people who were transitioning into another gender. Every one of them got affected, because if you're at home and your parents don't know, or your family doesn't know that you have different sexual preferences or different sexual orientations, it was very difficult. So 3 years of no contact. Sorry. So that was something that was very, very tragic, actually. And all the closet gays and the closet transgenders, transsexuals had a very rough time during this time. And because they're a very neglected gender, and there's so much homophobia that still goes on, nobody even thought that these people might be having issues. Lastly, I think the weddings, the babies during the pandemic, I know for sure that the weddings, actually, on a personal note, I loved those weddings, because there were just 10 people, 12 of us, and such beautiful, intimate weddings with people who you love, and no formalities. I personally love those weddings. But there are people who wanted bigger weddings, and so many weddings that got postponed. The groom, I know, had corona on the day of the wedding, so the wedding is postponed indefinitely. All kinds of stuff happened. And again, the worst hit with the pregnant ladies who are having babies, nowhere to go, ambulance is not working. I know I personally drove 2-3 people, random people on the road who were, trying to stop a car. I had a little more freedom, and I confess I savored the word freedom all over again during these 3 years. The word freedom means so much more to me right now, because I had my doctor's tag, and I had the sticker on my car and the police permission, so I could go wherever I want. So I personally spent it buying vegetables, medicines, and arranging for some medical supplies, for the elderly people or for neighbors who did not have support systems, helping women who we could take to hospitals and help with their deliveries. But it really wasn't enough. Everybody tried their best, and it wasn't enough. All the support systems that we tried were not enough. And even today, the same, the sad part is, we say, oh, pandemic ho gaya, pandemic is done, mask nahi pehenenge, hum ye nahi karenge, wo nahi karenge, hum bahar jayenge, the movie theaters are back packed. Pathan was released yesterday and it completely packed. So we're not really bothered, or are we bothered? Because the ones who are bothered are still isolated, are still staying home, are still absolutely paranoid about going out and anxious about going out. And the ones who are not bothered are all on the streets, making the people staying home even more angry and even more depressed, saying that, look at them, it's because of them that the pandemic is spreading, and we've lost our freedom because of that. So many undercurrents of emotions happening. And there are people who say, okay, if you're going to die, let's die. I don't care anymore. And then there are people who say, no, I have to live because I have small children. I have elderly people I need to take care of. I have responsibilities, and therefore I should isolate myself. And the isolation can cause so many problems. The next slide, please. So what is happening now is time away from family. People who had to go back to their colleges abroad and all that now are not in a position to come back, because we've missed so many years and we were sitting at odd times and taking classes, missed so many semesters. So now I can't come. So this is what is happening post-pandemic. And the effects of isolation are still very much there. Nightmares, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, willful isolation, obsessive isolation, so many mental health effects, physical effects also, where people had to deal with obesity, skin problems, deep vein thrombosis, respiratory issues, if infections that got worse only because of the lack of availability of antibiotics, medical care, and supervision. Um, Telemedicine, made a big smash of patient care, and we became telemedicine experts. And something which I have never done. I never thought I could ever work from home, and this pandemic taught me that also. That yes, you can work from home. Then there were restrictions on how much we can work from home, restrictions on what tablet to prescribe, people taking tablets left, right, and center. And the health paranoia became so much that people were reporting excessive gastritis because of the health drinks. Apple cider vinegar, hot milk with turmeric, and this preparation called kada, wherein we put a lot of cloves and a lot of cinnamon and bay leaf. So it was so difficult to drink, and it was so acid producing that there were people who were actually reaching hospitals with perforated intestines and perforated duodenums. So the paranoia was a lot, and everybody had their own routine. Anybody who goes out has to take a bath, then douse themselves in alcohol, then throw sodium hypochlorite, and you're sitting there and spraying bleach all over your place, which in itself can be quite dangerous. We had contact dermatitis because of all the spraying that we did. A lot of allergies because the air was filled and eyes were stinging. But we kept doing it because we were so paranoid that something is going to happen to us. And the fear of ill health or the fear of death is so much that it never goes. As it is, we're afraid. As it is, the minute you say that, look, you have a terminal illness, people collapse because of that. And imagine, when you have health issues and there is a paranoia that surrounds it. How does anybody go across? How does anybody live their life? And even today, how do we live our lives is the biggest question. The next question, the next slide, please. So to me, as I said in the very beginning, the worst affected were the children, the adolescents, and the young adults. The worst affected, because I have seen, children who still bear the aftermath of staying home. And scientifically also, they found that children had developed low communication skills. They had forgotten words. They had forgotten how to study. There were severe cognitive deficits, which they found for maths, for language, for memory, for recall. And all the skills that they had learned, even in their PT classes or in the craft classes, everything was forgotten. And it was almost as if we had to debrief them and reprogram their hard disks all over again. So schools were having a really rough time. The Kerala model actually was a wonderful model, but I'm not sure why it didn't take up in the rest of India, because the teachers there were teaching by artificial intelligence, and they were using virtual reality to teach. But somehow that didn't take on. And we are talking here about metro kids and city kids, and having their father's iPhone, they can sit down and at least attend classes. And but what about the government schools? What about the people in lower middle class and lower income families where this luxury was not there? What about people in villages? What about the youngsters, the little kids in villages or in towns where the internet connections were not that good? What happened to them? They lost 3 years, 3 precious years of education, and more than education, 3 precious years of social behavior, playing, having fun. And this will always remain etched on their mind as something traumatic, because so many of them have lost grandparents, parents, and they had to learn new coping skills. And these coping skills are not pleasant, because you're economically at a loss. You've lost, very close loved ones. They could have been possible sexual abuse in the house. In many places, there was sexual abuse in the house, and children were, of course, the targets and the subjects for this. So, no education, cognitive loss, no friends, no social life, no exercise. Studies become boring because they're not listening, and they're actually putting a picture in picture and doing other things. Video games usage increases. Children watching pornography. Children indulging in pornography. So many things happen. So to me, I still feel that children, adolescents were the most affected. Women follow that. Third gender and men on the same line. So I think right on top of that list were children, and right at top of that list even today are children who have lost their sense of resilience, who have to relearn their coping skills, who are extremely stressed out. We have crying spells, we have depression, self-harm, all of these things. And parents also had to relearn their parenting skills, which was very tough and remains extremely tough. So the next slide, please. So we saw an increase in domestic violence and divorce rates, as I've already mentioned. We saw an increase in porn and gaming, infidelity, online infidelity. So people who are married, it became a new normal to, indulge in, dating sites, chatting on dating sites, sexting, as we call it, having sex talks on dating sites, entering porn sites, and, this call phone in porn. It became okay. And so many people defended themselves and continue to defend themselves, saying like, I mean, what do I do? I'm sitting in the house and I'm bored. My wife is busy taking care of everybody in the house. So a lot of this happened. It happened with youngsters, it happened with adolescents, young adults, the elderly. It transcended all age groups. So there was a lot of sexual infidelity which happened. Most of it might have been online, which is why people say, because there was no, it is not a touch relationship, it seems to be okay. But no, it's not okay. I'm not talking from a morality point of view, but I'm talking about, how it feels when, your husband or your wife is indulging in chatting and having sexual talks with somebody. The sense of being cheated definitely is the same. So this became a new norm, and continues to be a new norm. And then truancy, like even after the gates opened, and even after they said, okay, offices are open, hospitals are back to where they are, schools are back, truancy, you don't feel like going because you're so used to being home, mom dragging you and making you sit in front of the phone, mom feeding you when and then you are having fun because you're only online, you don't have to listen, you're muting yourself and doing other things, or cutting off your video and doing other things. So school truancy is right now on the rise. And even after the last lockdown, a good amount of time has elapsed. This truancy continues. May I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So these are the issues that we found. Frontline versus finish line. People who decided they want to be frontline helpers, people who organize health camps, who organize food camps, who organize cooking camps. And then those who said, look, I need to reach the finish line. In the sense, I have to survive. So I'm going to stay home. And it is again back to survival of the fittest. Now, a very primitive concept came back and continues to be the thing. As long as I have my job, I don't care if my boss loses his job. I don't care if anybody, I just want to do anything to keep my job. So it became more like who reaches the finish line without getting waylaid from work, without having major issues in life. Then, of course, I already mentioned the cognitive deficit. And now the new thing is, do we commute or not? We have the metros, we have trains, we have auto rickshaws. And previously, the auto rickshaws used to be packed with people, 7 or 8 people, in shared autos. Today, we don't see so many of those. We only see them in the districts, but in the cities, people are, becoming wise to too much physical contact, too much human contact. And then now we all have this new thing called health food fanaticism. We are into millets. I'm not saying that any of these things are bad, but we are overdoing it so that they actually become bad. So we have, uh, we have to deal with obesity. So I am told by a few surgeon friends of mine that people are seeking bariatric surgery much more. So this is the new normal, where aesthetic surgery, and again, I'm not criticizing or saying anything bad about it, but the need for aesthetic surgery, the need for cosmetology, all of these things are on the rise. And then we have what is called as orthorexia. You've heard of anorexia, you've heard of bulimia. These are all eating disorders, which again were on a huge rise during the lockdowns. And they still are there because a lot of people gained weight. There were also issues that led to PCOS, that is polycystic ovary disease, wherein the obesity became a very prominent thing. And I mean, of course, this is for women, but boys also became obese because eating junk food, all homemade, exotic food. So then this new thing called orthorexia came. Okay, so orthorexia is basically a health food fanaticism. Okay, health food fanaticism means where you only want to eat health food. And health food can, while it is very good for health, too much of anything, even if it is good, can be bad. So there were people who were having nutritional deficiencies who came in with B12, vitamin D. All these deficiencies came in, A, because of staying home, and B, because of the over emphasis on health food. So then we come to cognitive deficits. I see a question here that says, what does explain cognitive deficit? A cognitive deficit means that, where you forget your skills. Cognitive is higher mental functions, your ability to retain, your ability to read, understand, your attention span. All of these things are called cognitive skills. Okay, your working memory, your executive memory, all of these things are called cognitive skills. So people who are just sitting at home, getting bored, just watching TV or playing games, you started forgetting your skills, started forgetting. Memory losses came in extremely young people, memory losses, issues where people could not digest the fact that they could not, finish, remember their tables, could not do simple sums. So while we were concentrating a lot on their studies, we failed to actually realize, okay, studies and work and all that, we failed to realize that staying at home, inactivity, physical inactivity, can also lead to higher mental function inactivity. And that is something that we really needed to calculate. And even now we have students who have completely forgotten their skills, completely forgotten what they've learned. So we have to reteach, relearn all of these things. Then dealing with loss. Do we ever get over somebody, a loved one who's died, a friend? So many of us have lost. I know I lost very, very close people in my family, very, very close friends, children of close friends. So I know that every time I think about them, it makes me very upset. And it's a sense of helplessness that happens, which even though we go through the stages of grief, still it just doesn't seem enough because the memories are very much there. All that we have to do is very much there. And there is something also called survivor's guilt. So, I am the old one. I could have survived. Why did such a small child pass away? So we have what is called a survivor's guilt also, wherein we are extremely guilty of surviving our loved ones. And that also leads to depression, despondency, anxiety, all of these things. The last thing that, which continues is the influence of fear over our decision making and risk taking skills. There was a time when we could just go and we could just talk to people, go to anybody's house, go to a neighbor's house, play outside, play gully cricket. I know I used to love playing gully cricket. So then we started feeling afraid. Oh, God knows, okay, who has this? God knows who has what. God knows what contagious issue is going to happen to me. I don't want to get wet in the rain. What if I can't start coughing and that turns out to be corona? So that paranoia still continues. I think today the most feared thing on earth is somebody coughing or sneezing. The minute I see somebody coughing or sneezing, and I see the people around them pulling out masks from their purses and putting them on. Even in my clinic, the minute somebody sneezes, my staff who's actually got their mask on their chin will put it on. Okay. There are people who are, of course, very hostile when we tell them to put on their masks. But the mask is very much here to stay. Let me tell you that, and I'll keep saying this again and again. So the next slide, please. So the urban normal versus the rural normal. Urban people, we are still in the process where we are overestimating our threats. The minute we talk of so much fake news, we believe it because we want to believe it. Something happening in China, there's a new strain. Oh my God, let me stay home. My children are not going to school. So you see, urban normal, where we still have the luxury of working from home, whether we like that luxury or not. We have the luxury of working from home. But in the rural normal, see, most of them are farmers. They have to go to work. So then what about their issues? What about their mental health issues? How do we deal with those? Because they're afraid. By my in both tonight. The roughly translated, it means I'm really afraid, but I'm going to work. Okay. I don't know what's happening. Somebody's coughing over there and they say that, so-and-so's father passed away. Is it corona? Is it not corona? But I need to go to work because what will my family eat? So these normals continue. These normals are things that somehow we have not really made a plan for rural normalcy. We are still making plans for urban normalcy, and the new normal, the new hyper normal, the after normal, all of these things. We are coining all kinds of terms, but are we looking at the same thing from a rural standpoint? And I hope that this is something that we all deliberate over and come to some conclusions about this. The next slide, please. And then we had, and we continue to have these anti-mask protests. It started off in the US, but in India, we don't need to protest. We just don't do it. We are so good at breaking rules, going on the wrong side of the road. And it was so funny because, because I didn't have the luxury of taking off. So I would come to work and I would sit inside my clinic where I have access to my records, and I would work on phone. There'll be 2 or 3 cars on the road, and out of the 3 cars, 2 are coming from the wrong side. So even during the pandemic, there are lessons that we didn't learn, that, you can go on the right side of the road. You don't have to jump a red light. The policemen are sitting there and, they are more concerned about, checking whether you have your pass or not. But people coming from the wrong side of the road, driving on the wrong side of the road, crossing the road in the wrong side, that continues. And of course, we have this thing that the corona is a fraud. Again, this apparently started in the US. I don't have any statistical proof of that. But here also, and there are so many people I know who have not been vaccinated, who are afraid of the vaccination, continue to be afraid of the vaccination, and just refusing that, we will die, but we will not take the vaccination because, हमने सुना है कि, there's a heart problem with it. हमने सुना है कि कुछ और होने वाला है. हमने सुना है कि I have lost my slides. 1 second. Yeah, back. Again, I've lost my slides. Yeah. So there we have to understand where the bravado is coming from, and we would like to think that everything is a fraud because we don't want to deal with fear of something happening to us. So that's the reason why this corona is a fraud, and it's a political ploy. All kinds of great opinions we've listened to, and we have tried to understand. And then, of course, the conspiracy theorists, we don't hear any end of it. And this is one of the new normals that we have, that people have all the time in the world to discuss conspiracy theories. Okay, isne kiya hai, usne kiya hai, it is man-made, it is done on purpose, it is biological warfare, it is all kinds of things. Anything except something that is infecting us and for which we should be careful about. The next slide, please. So what have we all learned, and what are we in the process of learning? So the first thing, which we have learned resilience. We have learned some new coping skills. We have learned somewhere along the way, we have learned self-empowering skills. And we have learned how to basically survive. We have learned survival skills. All of these things are very important skills to learn. So I'm still unable to see my slides actually. I'm wondering why.
Vittal, can you just look into this when
Yeah,
you are
ma'am.
sharing?
I'm looking into it, ma'am. I'll just reshare the slides. Just give me a second, ma'am.
Not a problem. I'll continue talking though, if that's okay with everybody. So what are the resilient skills that we have learned? Okay. So the resilience
How about
skills
now, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I can see it now. Thank you so much, sir. So what this pandemic has taught us. So resilience. The first thing I'd like to talk about is resilience. What does resilience actually mean? It means communication. It means connecting. It means optimism. It means some level of problem solving. It's taught us to be a little more flexible and accurate in our thinking. Has it taught us empathy? I think that is still a process that we need to understand. It has taught us self-efficacy. What we need to learn still in the process of resilience is focus on self and self-empathy, because that's one thing we never do. We feel sorry for the world, but we don't feel sorry for ourselves. So these are all the resilience skills. If we repeat those skills, communication skills, connecting skills, optimism, like, okay, the worst is over. Whatever happens, we have the strength to deal with it. Problem solving skills, whether it is a tiny problem or a big problem, these skills are very, very important. Flexibility and accurate thinking of what the issue is. Empathic skills, self-efficacy, and like I said, we still need to learn focus on self and self-empathy. What it has also taught us is new coping skills. Today's stress management has become a very big thing. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. So coping skills have become a very big thing. Stress management, all of us are stressed out, even little babies are stressed out. So what is the thing that we can do? Meditation has become, and yoga has become very, very popular, even in the West and here. And we've been learning certain problem solving skills. Today, we are seeking mental health. And that, I think, is a huge improvement. Health seeking behavior never included mental health. You'll go for a stomach ache, you'll go for a headache, you'll go if you have a fracture. But if you have, depression or anxiety, they'll say, what is the world going to think? So but today, there are even children who walk in with their school bags and say, we don't have the money right now, but will you talk to us for 5 minutes? So the mental health spectrum and the umbrella has increased, and there are people who are actually seeking help for their mental health issues, for their communication issues, for their relationship issues. Then the other thing that we have learned to some extent and we have yet to learn is positive psychology. Not toxic positivity, which I think became also a huge issue during the pandemic and continues to be that be positive, be positive. Or even you're in a negative mood, how can you be positive? The idea of positive psychology is to embrace your negative moods, to also embrace your positive moods, and to understand that, okay, now I'm going through a bad time, which may not last. And I'm hoping that, things continue to be better for me in the future. And that is positive psychology. Not saying that I'm going to smile no matter what. I have to be positive. And if I'm not positive, there's something terribly wrong with me. So please, today, I hope you go back with the idea that positive psychology is not smiling and being happy all the time. It is to, understand the reason for your unhappiness, understand that hope is necessary, that we need to work on our issues. I would also suggest, things like deep breathing, distract yourself, mindfulness skills, humor, reading, learning how to be compassionate to yourself. This is beautiful thing I saw on Facebook actually that said, if all the things, were to be listed, of people who you like, where would you stand? Would you ever say that, look, I love myself or I like myself? And I think many of us don't do that. We'll do anything for anybody, but not for ourselves. So I think one of the learnings is that if you're okay, you can help others. I'm okay, you're okay, right? So a little bit of self-compassion, a little bit of time to oneself. Okay, this became of paramount importance because during the pandemic, we didn't have any time for anything because we're so busy salvaging, wiping clean, washing our hands, worrying, that we didn't have time to ourselves to, take care of ourselves. And today, I think that is a need of the hour. Self-awareness, self-compassion, to dealing with our own self-sabotaging habits, like, working all the time, not making time for family, not making good memories for ourselves or our children, not going out, being totally paranoid that if I go out, I'll lose my job. If I go on holiday, I'll lose my job. So all of these things we need to deal with. Mindfulness also is something that I think everybody now today has learned. Psychological flexibility, that all the things that we were rigid about at one point, that this is how I want my life to be, this is how I want things to be. Now we're flexible. If it happens, I'm happy. If it doesn't, okay, let me look for ways to do it. Tolerance for others. We have learned this skill over time, that we are tolerant of people's anger. We are tolerant of people's behaviors, more tolerant than we were before. Have we learned to appreciate what we have? I think yes. That, I hate carrots, but that's all that's available in the market today because the markets are closed. Okay, I'll eat some carrots. And yeah, actually the curry is quite nice. So we appreciate what we have. We learn to appreciate because we have seen what, it is to not have. All these days we were never bothered. Somebody begging on the road, below poverty line, people trying to sell small things. We never were bothered about them. But today we are a little more bothered. I've seen people, put down their car windows and give 20 rupees, 30 rupees to a beggar. There are people who will buy things that they don't need from these roadside vendors. So this is what we call as tolerance and appreciation of what we have, and appreciation of the fact that people don't have, even half the things that we have. Then the other thing is a here and now mindset. Okay, I'm here, I'm healthy, I still have my job, I still have a roof over my head. Okay, so let me be grateful. So here and now mindset, with it comes gratitude. And with it also comes a little bit of kindness and forgiveness. That says, okay, let me be kind to others. I have seen great kindness coming out of this pandemic. I have seen great kindness that human beings are so capable of, that, it had somehow been on the back burner for a while. But I have seen great kindness. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to meet people who have been extremely kind to others, who have, gone out of their way to help. And I think this is something that we will carry with us for the rest of our lives. Forgiveness. We forgive. We have learned to forgive. Otherwise, it's so difficult to forgive, so difficult for us to even imagine that, somebody has wronged us and we say, no, I'll never forgive you. I'll never forget this. Yes, we never forget. We still never forget. But we have learned to forgive and say, okay, kal ho na ho. Whether we are going to be there tomorrow or not, let me at least forgive. I don't want to carry this burden with me. So these are new skills that we have learned, and we are now putting it into practice. So this is the next normal, as we call it. A kinder world, a more compassionate world. Yes, also an extremely competitive world, a world that is feeling extremely insecure and stressed out, a world that can be negative, and a world that is completely chaotic, where we don't know what's happening next. We are dealing with increased aggression, we are dealing with increased anger, but we are also dealing with from a place of compassion, from a place of understanding, and from a place of forgiveness, which I think will definitely work towards making the world a better place to live in. So before this, I also want to talk about self-empowerment. This is also a skill that we have learned. Okay, so how does one self-empower? And this is something that, this is a new skill that we need to learn. First thing is, let us all set reasonable goals. Like if I want to lose weight, which I desperately do, if I say I want to lose 20 kilos in 1 month, I'll look for all the stupid ads that say I lost 20 kilos, I thought lost 30 kilos, endangering my health, endangering my mindset, endangering my mental health, because obviously I'm not going to lose that much. But if I say I'm going to lose 5 kilos this month and maybe 2 kilos the next month, those are reasonable goals. I'm in a better place, mentally. So set reasonable goals. Move towards a slightly more positive attitude. Talk to yourself. Say positive things about you. Hey, I'm looking nice today. Mera dupatta acha hai. Or saying that I did a good project today, or my work today was very good. Okay. Learn some assertive skills. If somebody is taking advantage of you, which is going to happen because everybody is losing their jobs, so much job insecurity happening. So learn some assertive skills. Make a to-do list and see if you can tick off something on that list. Okay, be proactive about your life. Keep thinking about how best you can do something. Please be money smart. Invest wisely. Don't spend unnecessarily. We are looking at a recession. People are saying that India will not have a recession, and I'm grateful for that. But the world recession will also affect us. So you see how many people, 12,000 people lost their jobs in Google, and large numbers. And nobody can do anything about it because it's not anybody's fault. Please take care of your physical self. Take care of your mental health. Depression is real. Please accept it. Don't say that these are all things you're imagining. Get up. Don't be lazy. Don't be more active. Don't give this kind of advice. Don't give any loose talk about mental health. Depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, suicidal behavior, self-harm behavior, eating disorders, psychotic illnesses like bipolar disorders, and schizophrenia. Then we have personality issues, borderline personality disorders, where there's constant instability. See, we might see them as irritating people, but they're tortured souls. So a little bit of kindness and compassion and acceptance of mental health issues. I think acceptance is a very big word here today, because if you're going to empower yourself and empower others, you have to be accepting that, yes, today I'm feeling really depressed. I've been feeling lousy for a few days. Let me take help. Maybe there's help at hand. So your mental health self-care is very, very important. Be here and now, and learn to question yourself. Am I doing this right? Do I need to better myself? Was my reaction to this situation good? Am I self-sabotaging myself? Like, am I immersing myself from work? Am I dealing with something else, and which is why my reactions are like this? Am I, not accepting things that are bothering me, and which is why I'm dealing with so many issues? So, if you're talking about, the next normal and the new normal, what we need to get used to is parenting. Let me talk to all the people who are parenting. I'm also a parent here. I know my daughter, who's doing her post-graduation now, sat at home for 1.5 years because there was no exams being held, and frustrated as hell. So for us parents, I think a lot of hatred towards parents developed during the lockdowns, because we only wanted them to study, eat, study, not play, not get bored, not complain. Not possible, isn't it, when you have children and young adults in the house? So I think we as parents should now, in the new normal, and yes, the next normal also, need to learn that studies are only a part of a child's life. That a child's life is much more than studies. It's more about happy memories, time spent with parents, time spent going out, having surprises, having beautiful times together. I think this is something that we have to stop being despotic about studying and marks and performance. And this is something that this is a new normal that we all really need to learn and get used to. Please understand that children have mental health issues, and if they need help, don't just say, oh, you're just being lazy, you're not getting good marks because you're lazy. If a child says, I am not able to concentrate, please take it seriously. If a child says, I'm feeling sad and I feel like cutting myself, please take it seriously. And if a child says, I don't think I want to live, don't say you're talking rubbish or you're doing drama. Please take them for help. Seeking help. I think health seeking is something that we really need to learn in this, post-pandemic time, and when we are all redefining our lives. Please redefine your attitude towards mental health. Then our relationships, a little more compassion and kindness. Yes, please take therapy, because there's so many people with just a few therapeutic sessions, We have so many talented psychologists here who can help. Seek help, learn new coping skills. If one person has lost his job, it's not his fault. So stop blaming that person. It's nothing that person did. There are so many people who are so worthy of their jobs but have lost it because the company ran into trouble. For adolescents, please don't think that they're just sitting there and making trouble for you. It's often, this is a wonderful quote that I read that says, a child who needs the most love will ask for it with the most unpleasant ways. So rebelliousness, not listening, anger, all of these things are ways of asking for love and affection and compassion from parents. Instead of yelling and screaming at them, if we just put our arm around them and say, come sit down, talk to me, tell me what your issues are. Come on, let me also, if I've made a mistake, I'm sorry. If you make a mistake, you can apologize and let's take it further. You have no idea how we are going to be able to change this generation. And that is what we need, a change in the attitude of this current generation. And this should be our mantra for life, I think, not just post this pandemic. And of course, for adults, we are afraid, we are losing our jobs, we have no money, we need support, we need to reset our boundaries, and we need to understand where we are. And for that also, there are lots of online courses available, lot of online classes available, lots of online free therapies available. So please avail of them for adolescents and adults. For children, please teach them grounding exercises, like tapping is one of them, drawing, playing, physical activity, drawing their emotions. You can draw an empty face and ask them, okay, what are you feeling right now? Draw your emotions. What are your what are your sadness triggers? What are your happiness triggers? What makes you happy? Come on, what can mommy and daddy do to make you happy? Talk, communicate, and accept. I think these are things that we really need to relearn, relearn, and continue. What all can we do as adults? So we can draw, we can color mandalas, we can write about our emotions. Journaling is, I think, one of the greatest things that mindfulness and CBT has discovered. There's so many feeling apps. Like, for example, you have Sanvelo, we have Calm, we have the depression apps, we have OCD apps. So you can actually get onto the apps and seek help from them. The apps are free, downloads are free, and you have professionals on these apps trying to help you. You can start reading, not over Googling, please. Just read things that you like, music, frustration tolerance, dealing with frustration, how to realign ourselves. How do we realign ourselves to this ever-changing, ever-fast, totally chaotic world right now? So make phrases as to what you can do to realign. Rephrase your life. I'm useless. No, you're not. I may be not having the required skills for this particular task right now, but these are my good skills, and let me use these good skills to realign this task. So stop calling yourself stupid. Stop calling yourself incompetent. So remove these words from your dictionary. Rephrase them into saying, okay, I'm probably learning. These are skills that I need to learn. These are things that I need to do. I'm procrastinating. So let me work on my procrastination. So all of these things. Try to prune your unwanted thoughts. If you feel that you're getting unnecessary negative thoughts, try to prune them and turn them into positive thoughts, or more than positive, maybe self-acceptance thoughts. And please never hesitate to take help. There are people who are absolutely dying to help you, free of cost. There are so many self-help groups that are there on the net. Say, use the net to good advantage, and definitely I think we can do a lot. Can we just have the next slide? I'm almost done. I hope I'm within time. Yeah. So there's a little quote that I found, and I feel I use this in all my preparations. So it says, make your well-being and healing a top priority. If you are well, you can deal with 100 people. If you are not, you can't deal with yourself. Have the courage to create boundaries that will support your flourishing, and moving forward. Make those boundaries. If somebody's taking advantage of you, are you in a relationship that's abusive? Think what you want to do about it. Take help for it. Are you in a workplace which is not conducive? See what you can do about it. Listen closely to your intuition. Sorry. Listen closely to your intuition. respect your need for rest, and connect with people who are emotionally mature. Being intentional with your life is loving yourself well. If you have the right intentions about your own life, you will have the best intentions about how you face the world and how you help people in the world. Please remember this, and if possible, take a screenshot of this and read it every day until you're able to imbibe it. Lastly, I'd like to talk about some gender-based issues and what we have faced and what we need to do. See, for males, we just think that it's females have got a bad deal. Yes, we do have a bad deal. But then if you're looking at males, the need to earn, the sole breadwinner of the family, losing his job, cannot show his emotions because it is too girly to cry or too girly to show emotions. So these are issues that lead to male mental health. Female mental health, too many caregiving duties, no financial freedom, no educational freedom, unhappy relationships, not having a say in the decision making of the house. These are the things that lead to female mental health issues. This is only some of them. I'm not talking about all of them, just some of them. And then we have the third gender, the LGBTQIA. The issues they face are violence, abuse, economic issues, medical lack of medical help, lack of proper laws that protect them. We also have issues with the abandoned children who have been abandoned on the road, the beggars, the low income groups. All these people can also have mental health issues, addictions, alcohol, most common, the country liquor, alcohol, which transcends every economic strata, smoking, gutka, tobacco usage, inhalants. I have students who pick up pens and inhale like this. All of these leading to medical and mental health issues. And we have to be aware. See, we can't help the world. We also need to understand where our limitations are. Do your best. And, but be aware. Your awareness will help a lot more than anything else in the world. So then the elderly, somehow the elderly seem to have lost on this race, wherein we are not able to help them. We don't know what to do. Most of the second gender, my generation is living abroad, and my children, and so the loneliness seems to be one of the biggest things. So in this post-pandemic, we all know what loneliness meant because we were out away from probably our family members, away doing things that because of the lockdown. We know what loneliness is because we didn't have anybody to talk to, we couldn't even meet our best friends except on Zoom. So we know what loneliness is. So let us try and take that step towards understanding the loneliness that an elderly person feels. Deal with elderly issues, deal with dementia, deal with degenerative disorders that can actually take you forward. One more slide, please. The next one. I think this is my last slide. So this is a very common thing, the semicolon. That means the sentence is not completed yet. I have still some, some things to do and some things to say. That is what it means in the English grammar. So this was adapted as something that, most depressive people, suicidal people with mental health issues, or people with chronic physical ailments, they adapted this saying that my story is not over and that I have some, something more to do or something more to say. So here it says that semicolons always bring hope that the story isn't over yet, hope to the ones who chose to fight instead of ending it all, and hope to the world that we can always strive to be better, to live better, and that kindness and compassion will always reign over anything else in the world. So please be kind, be compassionate, both to yourself and to the people around you. All the things that you need to do, please make a list of them, achieve each one of them, pat yourself on the back. If there's nobody to pat you, pat yourself like this on the back. If there is nobody to appreciate you, it doesn't matter. Self-appreciation also works. Motivate yourself. If somebody is motivating you, it's great, but you also need to have enough self-motivation to take care of your life. Our story is not over yet. The world will survive this, and we will have many new normals, many post-new normals, and many many brand new normals that will take us, through life. The world is an extremely resilient planet. Mother Earth has been resilient and has survived so many things. So I think let us emulate that and earth ourselves and ground ourselves, steel ourselves for whatever happens, because we are in it together. We are the human race and we're all in this together. So as Michael Jackson's song said, we are the world and we are the children's and we are the only ones who can make a better day. So let us live with hope. Let us live with kindness and let us be aware of our mental health issues, because mental health above physical health is something that I've always advocated. So please take care and help care for others. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure all of you must have understood what is new normal and what it has gotten us into and how to come out of it. Now I request participants to post their questions in the chat box. If you have any questions, please write it in the chat box so that we can take it to ma'am. Any questions, anybody?
I think whatever ma'am has mentioned, it's very clear, very understanding. I think self-understanding. I think probably not much of the clarity is needed, because the emphasis on resilience and how to handle the interpersonal relations, and if there is no support, how self-appreciation is also needed. I think a very wonderful insight has been given to the participants, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your support and for your participation in this.
Thank you,
if there are no questions, I think formally you can ask vote of thanks, Dept.
Yes, ma'am. So as there are no questions anymore. Yeah. So thank you very much, ma'am. So I take this privilege on behalf of Department of Psychology to propose vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Poonima Nagaraja, ma'am, who's a chief guest for today, for her valuable time and a very, very informative and very clear keynote address. Thank you so much, ma'am. Then I would like to thank our guest of honor for today, Professor C. Ganesh sir, Principal, Arts College, for gracing the occasion and always being very supportive and very encouraging. Thank you very much, sir. Then I would like to express my thanks to Director ICSSR and his team for giving the opportunity and guiding us through the conduction of the session. Then I express my gratitude to our head, Dr. Anupama ma'am, and the faculty members of Department of Psychology and also non-teaching staff on this occasion for conducting the seminar very smoothly. Then next is our seminar director, Dr. P. Swati. Thank you, ma'am, for initiating this very informative seminar and helping us to understand the new normal. Then I would like to thank the students of the department for their enthusiastic participation. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants for attending this seminar in large numbers. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
ma'am. Dept, can you share the slide of the next presenter? Ma'am has joined.
Yes, ma'am. If Vittal is available, Vittal?
Ma'am?
Yeah, please share the slide of the next resource person.
Okay.
So meanwhile, I request Pooja. Pooja, are you around?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So we are going to start the next session. Pooja, our student of final year, would be introducing the speaker for the next session. And Vrushank and Mariam, are you both available?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So both of you will be rapporteurs for this session. Yes. Vittal, are you able to share the screen?
I think you can do
Just
it.
give me a second, ma'am.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pooja, can you introduce speaker for today?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to everybody present here. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Ritu Sharma, who would be covering about health and well-being of Indian youth, post-pandemic challenges and solutions. Dr. Ritu Sharma is currently engaged as a Dean Faculty of Liberal Studies, SLS, PDEU, Gujarat, and Associate Professor of Psychology. Dr. Ritu has over 18 years of experience with a PhD in psychology and a gold medalist in psychology. She is involved in the complete gamut of academic activities like teaching, research, and institutional development and training assignments. Her teaching experience involves various courses at the university level in psychology and management related subjects at PhD, postgraduate, and graduate levels. Dr. Ritu is involved in national and international research projects, workshops, and training assignments. Ma'am is also certified as a stress management trainer from the International Council of Stress Management Professionals. Ma'am brings along diverse work experience, insight into different phases and nuances of human activity and behavior. Dr. Ritu has also published 6 books, out of which 2 are edited books and 4 co-authored books in personality psychology, CBT in Indian context and personality, well-being and work in India, and living conditions and quality of life. Ma'am has also made over 49 scientific publications to her credit. She is also an international editorial board of a number of journals. Dr. Sharma has been nominated as a vice president of the Indian Association of Cognitive Behavior Therapy, associate member, life member of the Indian Association of Clinical Psychology, and life member of the Indian Society for Training and Development. She is also a full member of the National Academy of Psychology. Ma'am is serving as a scientific committee member, consulting editor, and a reviewer for international conferences and editorial board of 2 reputed journals. Ma'am's research work has been quoted in the national and local newspapers. Ma'am is also a program chair for study in short-term program for PDEU to initiate international programs from the Indian perspective. Ma'am has served as a chairperson for Women's Health in PDEU from 2018 to 2021. We're really glad to have you here, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for elaborative introduction. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, I just need this screen sharing enabling, if that can be done.
Yes. Vital, can you? Yes.
It is already enabled, ma'am.
Okay, I hope it is visible. The screen is visible.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
I think if the audio video is in place, then we can start.
Yeah, I think we can start. It is audible and it is visible.
Okay, perfect. And the slides are also moving when I'm trying to change them?
Yes,
Right.
Okay, thank you so much. First and foremost, it is my pleasure connecting with everyone online. I especially thank Dr. Swati for reconnecting. I think it's almost 3-4 years back we had been on the same platform discussing about stress management aspect back in Hyderabad, and it is my pleasure to talk on a topic which is of much importance, particularly from the perspective that there are a lot of silent impact of COVID, especially on youth, and the way they have been learning and the way they have seen and especially gone through the changes in terms of the academic process. It is very important for us to see that when it comes to mental health, as psychologists, we are fully aware of the fact that there are a lot of silent impact until there is a breaking point. And hence it becomes very important for each one of us in academia to go with a more proactive approach when it comes to health and well-being of Indian youth. That the direct challenges definitely have settled down, but there are a lot of indirect implications. There are a lot of solutions, particularly from the change in the academia perspective of teaching learning process, which need to be further strengthened so that we can see a more stronger and a more resilient youth coming out of this post-pandemic framework. And that will be the emphasis of my talk today. Health as a word, particularly when we talk about wellness as a word, it is well known. And wellness has always been a challenging question for human life, because there is very interesting interpretation which goes very person specific when we talk about wellness. So wherein the idea of illness is very clear to each one of us, but the idea of wellness goes with a very broad and a much more subjective approach, and hence it has always been seen with a very base minimum benchmark or threshold light, where people just see about absence of illness as possibly the first point of presence of wellness. But absence of illness, presence of wellness, and the third very important word which we all need to be familiar with is a fully functioning human being. Now, they are three different things. And particularly when we see post-COVID, where we are back to normal, or what we are calling as new normal, but the point here is to see whether we are completely out of illness issues and back to pure wellness framework from a teaching learning perspective, from a perspective where youth believes firmly that yes, they are able to plug back and ground themselves into the reality of education, and they become the pertinent question for each one of us to look at. So today's presentation, in next 20-25 minutes, whatever time we have, we'll try to see the challenge point. We'll try to see the elements where the corrections can take place, reform can take place. We'll also try to see where more self-driven approach for modification and intervention is required, and where a collective societal approach is required. And all of this possibly will curate to something where we can have a healthy discussion towards the end of the session. So as I said, that the first important thing is, when we are looking at wellness as a word, how do we associate it? How do we associate human life with wellness? Because the upper limit in health psychology, particularly, we keep talking about it. The upper limit of health is extremely subjective in nature. A completely fit and healthy body, mind, soul triad is considered to be a state of an absolute wellness in Indian system. So when we talk about Indian way of looking at health, we don't simply look at the body and mind association. We also talk about the spirit and the soul. And only when all three are in harmony, so what you are willing to do, if your body is allowing you to do, likewise your mind is providing you the strength and wisdom to do it, and you're able to translate the same into action. And when this whole combination work in harmony, only then we say that it is a state of wellness. Now, state of wellness, when we further look at from the perspective of more practical framework, we will have to look at three very important terminology here. One is stress. That is something very significant again, and how coping with stress has taken place, particularly post COVID in education institution. What are the specific mechanism of resilience which have been made in availability for students particularly, and how post-COVID pandemic scenario in education is visible. I hope I'm audible. I can see my screen a little frozen. Am I audible?
You're audible. You're audible. You can continue.
Okay. So now there is a very important thing which we all need to deliberate here. And this is a question I'm placing to everybody and about from the perspective that when actually COVID took place, universities were forced to adopt a remote learning model. Now, remote learning model, we all have gone through that. 2020, 2021 has been more intense into it without any training, without any practice. We all were coping and dealing with it. When I say we, means both academician as well as students. Now, that introduced a lot of silent stressors in college students' daily life. And more importantly, this word which I'm highlighting here is the study habit. So the study habit had terribly gone through a kind of transition and change, both silently and visibly. And we are assuming that, okay, now students can go back to college and everything is happening again in a offline mode and things look completely normal. But that is not the same scenario when it comes to particularly mental health. One very clear thing which I personally feel we all noticed as soon as students came back from remote learning model or a hybrid learning model back to a full offline model, there was a lot of cognitive ability distortion which took place. They were ability, particularly from the retention perspective, attention perspective, comprehension perspective, processing of information perspective, the ability to write, the ability to remember, and more importantly, the ability to cope up with the assessment models. Now, transitions, we were all, journeying along with it. But these transitions, when it comes to habit and changes in terms of learning behavior, it's a slow process. A slow process because it requires a bit of training at mental level. And unfortunately, during COVID, at that point of time, we all remember that we hardly had any time to put people through training and then put them into action. It was going, parallel. And hence, many could deal with it, many could overtly deal with it, but silently were affected. Many could not deal with it overtly or silently also. And these varieties and variations, honestly speaking, were not really addressed psychologically. When I say psychological addressing, means there has to be a necessary step of psychological intervention. Now, this is one area where possibly each one of us has to ponder and think. They can be very simple techniques of self-management also, but a daily attention on it and making people think that they're supposed to do it as a part of self-improvement, that part of the story is which we all need to plug in when it comes to health behavior and modification and coping mechanism. One more important thing which I would like to highlight here as a remembrance, that when COVID-19 has affected the daily life, there was a lot of psychological pressure which we are fully aware of. But more importantly, when we see from psychological perspective for university students, anxiety and stress, these were the two prominent issues which came in account, and both anxiety management and stress management. A systematic mechanism of the same was not possible, but more a self-resilience or a framework of self-immunity or psychological immunity was addressed more in terms of counseling maybe, but then in form of action, as I said, that there was no time, hence it wasn't done. And hence it is time for us to sit back and review as and when possible and see wherever these cracks and gaps are, can we address them? Now, in that context, particularly two important things I would like to mention. One is there is a lot of research which has been done during COVID time, and it has all consolidated to one baseline idea that definitely the stress levels of students, their vulnerability towards stress, their ability to deal with certain uncertainties has gone to a larger extent at risk level, very high risk level. Now, as I said, that unless it translates into some kind of physical health issue, people generally do not realize it. Psychological health issues generally are seen more in form of slow performance or poor performance or learning issues or ability to cope up. But that element of address is where the focus and the need for health and well-being in terms of a new perspective, new lens has to be reviewed by people, particularly from psychology field. At the same time, we all need to also think and reflect upon that there is a fact, and we should not deny that fact that during stressful situation, people generally have a better coping ability. But at the same time, we cannot relate this particular framework with the COVID or post-COVID framework, because this was something which was more against the will, or in fact, even the knowledge and information was happening to people. And more importantly, a lot of transition happening, like there was COVID first wave, then second wave, and then we keep seeing a new set of variant coming in, and then they're putting some kind of anxiety and stressor. And these levels and threshold, when it comes to psychological immunity, largely there is a degree of anxiety and stress which will definitely go as a trace in people. And that is one question which I would want all of you to reflect upon. Now, let us try to see the framework. Let us try to see how it particularly functions in form of framework. We have to go back to our model, which is the biopsychosocial model. And biopsychosocial model is a very important model when we talk from the health perspective. And here, if you see, you have to relate whether there is a synchronization happening or whether the synchronization is not happening. So synchronization is required to happen between the three elements, which is the biopsychosocial framework, and likewise the individual. On the right side, what you see is participants, it is more about the self framework, where you can see the cognitive, affective, and behavioral framework of an individual. Now, as long as they work in harmony and they work in sync, any kind of change happening from the left side, largely this right side is able to deal with. But if this is going too fast paced or too erratic, the right side will get confused. That means the self, the individual, and the society or the environment. So we bring the PE, the person and the environment. They both are dynamic factor. More so the environment is dynamic factor, but if environment becomes super dynamic in nature, where there is a difficulty for coping or being at pace with for the person, then the issue of stressor will arise. Whether the stressor is able to bring some element of resilience or the desired degree of resilience or not, it will depend on the past experience and previous coping style mechanisms which the person has executed. Now, when we take the scenario in academic setting for students, for youth and their health and well-being, dealing with the personal health system was not so much of an issue because of their larger awareness due to their connection with the social media and what was happening around the world. But dealing with their ability to do their best with the academic performance and translate that point of the framework and that side of the orientation was getting disrupted frequently. And that is exactly where a lot of clinical psychologists were worried about the factor that whether the stress and coping mechanism will truly work in the framework the way we are understanding it theoretically or not. Okay, so if we look at the deliberation part of the story again, I'm bringing these three very important keywords. 1 minute, yes. These 5 specifics which become important for us to deliberate. One is the balance and how each one of you as a person from academia looks at the word balance, both from the health perspective as well as from the societal perspective. Another important word is a new normal. There was a lot of discussion happening on this word new normal. Everybody was talking about it. But the point here is how people have decoded the word new normal. That is also equally important for each one of us to look at. I'm again putting everything as a question and a point of reflection, bringing it further down to 2 important variables. One is at the self level, which is personal, and the other is at the academic level, which is more about an individual's the youth in this case, the professional setting. And when we take everything together, the life as a framework, and how then the definition of health and the definition of wellness is getting placed with reference to specifically the mental health. And if there is some kind of a solution-driven approach an individual is able to see, or the system is able to provide, or the support framework is able to offer, and if all of this work in synchronization, then definitely we can see that there will be a probability of a positive coping framework. The contrary will happen if anything has been disrupted in this case. We'll come back to this again as we progress, but I would want you all to take a look at what exactly this framework, which I was talking in the beginning, requires as a reflection. So you see this particular, thresh point, the neutral health status point here, if you will see. Now, this is known to everybody. Please understand, all of us largely know this because this becomes a baseline. But as we see from the left side, this is more known and easy for understanding, because here there is more sign and symptom approach, which works with more explicit and tangible factor. Body will speak, right? Your mental framework will speak for itself when it is going on this increasing illness side. But when it comes to increasing wellness side, and that's exactly the framework which I want all of us to start focusing on, because that's where the coping, that's where the individual subjective framework, that's where the health framework, mental health framework, all of this will come into perspective. This side of the story is slightly, complex or slightly vague. For a person who is more driven by sign and symptom, for them to identify this, it is difficult, because in a societal framework, when we say, okay, you are stressed, people understand very easily, okay, you appear stressed, maybe from physical level, mental level. But when somebody says, okay, you are happy, it becomes more intangible. It becomes more qualitative in nature. It becomes more difficult to define. And anything which is difficult to define, it is difficult for an individual to look at from the perspective of doing it, or the action framework. Hence, this part is where my request is to each one of you to think and research upon that what is the post-pandemic optimal wellness framework where people in some way have positively translated their action either at physical level or at mental level. This particular story in academics, in higher education, in university system, aligning with learning system, aligning with their education, to what extent that is happening. Again, this is a second very important thing which each one of us need to put in perspective. So I am hoping that this is clear to us. Okay, now when we look at the framework, students, these were the three things which were continuously happening. If you see from the pandemic perspective, the stress, focus, and time, where I put the time as a bigger framework, because this was the most dynamic aspect alongside the focus and the stress from academic perspective for many of you, right? And this interrelation between the three, or a disconnect or a harmony between the three, that became the diagnostic factor or assessment parameter to identify the threshold where the person may be situated from the perspective of mental well-being or health perspective. Health will include both, the physical also, the mental also, spiritual, or the soul framework as a balance, which we are looking at from the Indian system. Okay, how one can analyze it, how one can assess, and is there a way one can see it on daily basis? Yes, very, very easy it is. If one would like to translate from a psychological perspective, it is very easy. And I place it in a simple way. There are many tests and there are many assessment mechanisms. There are many frameworks through which you can identify, but a simple inability to manage your own system. It can be your personal system. It can be your academic system. It can be your life as a whole. We talked about all those 5 parameters, if you remember. Any of the ecosystem where an individual fails to address the need versus demand balance, your supply demand framework, if that gets affected, you will see the person being in some category of stresses. You start attracting stressors the moment you find inability to manage the system. Now, managing system from a COVID perspective, let us give a thought here. Managing system is easy when you have the predictability, when you know the pattern. So you know, okay, there is an exam coming, there is a university exam coming, there is a certain assessment, and there is a requirement of grade, and all of that is a set event for which you have geared up and to some extent even got training. But when there is a external factor from environment which is just not in your perspective, in knowledge or understanding, then the issue comes into picture. And here, if you will see, majority of the stresses came from those elements post-COVID. And if we further bring it from the perspective-driven framework for post-COVID, generally, when that point people were reaching that they thought that they have lost control over the event, that was a threshold point of the stressor for them. In simple one nutshell, if we see how it can be seen from a perspective of solution or a new normal framework, I have placed certain possible ways or solutions or mechanism which one can look at in education system. Definitely one has to, when it comes to a lot of environmental factor, many a time which are not in our control, the 3R definitely works wonderfully to resolve and the resilience and to return. And as many times this is required, one can do until one reaches to the point of the performance and productivity. Likewise, at the same time, when you look at the framework, this point number 4 is also equally important. I think in academics, particularly for students, particularly for youth, a healthy communication culture, a kind of a platform where one can communicate and articulate what one is going through, what one is experiencing, and how that particular challenge or problem which appears simple for others is not appearing simple for them. That much of bandwidth, if it is given, it can provide some kind of solution. Also, now post-COVID, there is something very important which each one of us has to probably accept. It's a harsh reality. It is not a pleasant truth, but one has to accept and go forward with, is one has to train oneself in terms of dealing with ambiguities, because there are a lot of things which may not necessarily happen from a physical or an environmental perspective, but because of the probability perspective, they are definitely going to be always in flux. There are definite segments which are quite ambiguous in nature. And this part of the story one can only deal with where one is having some element of courage and a little bit of preparedness that this is something which they need to take into account. And yes, adapting to the cultural diversity, I think that again can be a good way to deal with. So I thought it is important again to, especially remind ourselves what it is when we talk about particularly health and well-being as a primary focus post-COVID for youth in academic, and that is stress. And when we look at stress particularly, we need to understand the stress and the stress response, which is an age-old definition. We need to see that again and again in different perspective and in different contexts, and how it is getting significant in our reference. And that's exactly what the slide is trying to highlight. Likewise, it is important because this word is also being used more often, particularly from the post-COVID perspective, and how mental health and well-being has been discussed in the post-COVID light, which is called as resilience, and what it means for people when it comes to their ability, both in terms of physical and physiological or psychological framework. That element again is a process where one will have to see the element of individual capacity rather than going by what in general may be true to everybody. And when one is able to bring some kind of a bottom line or a framework there, one can then definitely will get a kind of a hint. To start with, it is important for students particularly to see that they recognize the stressor. See, most of the time what happens is that even before one is mentally or physically or in a social way, reaching out for support system or help, one need to see the relevance and significance of what the stressor, particularly which one may undergo or is undergoing, is meaning to that person. Now, this particular framework, very often people skip. They miss it for whatever reason. I mean, paucity of time or lack of patience. But this is very important step, and it is not necessarily a step which only during extreme situation one need to identify. Please note that when it comes to the social system, the environment these days, recognizing a stressor is a very important daily task. And it has to be a part of a routine where one should try and see this as a factor of hygiene. To stay psychologically more immune, recognition of a stressor can definitely be a very good elimination factor, which one can look at. At the same time, if you see further that there is also a very important factor, which I will take as the last one, which is the body and physical factor constantly trying to communicate to us. See, very often we fail to see how optimally in the most healthy framework body will function. And this functioning of body is in totality functioning, which is harmony between the body, mind, soul. But whenever there is something which is not in optimum as a resource provided to the body to execute that kind of functioning, it will give you an indication. It will give you a kind of a signal. It will ask you for some kind of resting period. It will ask you to see that you provide that kind of cushion for one to restore and see that the immunity is in right way able to bring back the function. And if this much of time also, if a person is able to provide, then to a larger extent, you will see that the first level safety, the first level intervention, the first level care has been taken care of. But majority of time, the first point which you can see in the slide, in the last point, they are missed out. And then it reaches to a point where you cannot manage without a system support or external support. If the first and last point are taken care of for the youth by themselves as a part of self-management, daily self-management activity and intervention, there is a high probability that by default, the resilience system, it will get strengthened. Okay, now this is psychologically important. So when we say interventions, when we talk about framework, constantly if a human being is able to get this sense of control, that you in some way are able to, as an individual, I'm talking about youth here, and this I'm addressing more to youth who are in college, in universities. It might appear a simple step, but if you are able to create a sense of control, be at body level, mind level, psychological functioning level, cognitive functioning level, mental processing level, you will be able to see that the well-being and the health chart, it is increasing. Also, it is important for all of us to note that no productivity, no performance of an individual can match to the actual potential unless this health index and the productivity element with reference to all three elements are taken care of. Hence, it is important to continuously again create a framework where one is able to have that very strong sense of control. But how do we do that? I always say that listen to your body. I'm taking the last point again first. That try to listen to your body at a physical level. This is again important for each one of us who is more connected with this idea of wellness or well-being from psychological perspective, that neither mental health nor physical health can do good to us in isolation. They can only work well for us in association. So unless one work in harmony with the body, one cannot work in harmony with the mind. And this has to be a constant reminder to oneself. So simply doing something which is more mental intervention and not taking care of the physical framework is not going to help. Likewise, only going the other way around is also not going to help. So the balance between the two, for creating that balance, there are some mediating factor, like your drives, your need for hunger, your thirst, all of this. Only when we are optimally taking care of them, that is our healthy diet, in a holistic way, your ability to deal with the society, your ability to deal with the framework of mind, your ability to deal with the need of the body. And when you do all of this in proportion, you are able to bring that sense of control. Now, to get that sense of control, as I said, it's a daily self-management activity which one has to engage in. Only then one will be able to reach to the point of what we call as complete well-being or health. Okay, I think this element I had added only with the perspective to give a little bit of highlight. It's a very interesting model which has been given. I'll come here quickly. Yes. We'll see if we'll get time, we'll go back to this, but I'll come very quickly here. So you can see the work-life balance or imbalance. It's all about the demand and coping framework. As I said, don't look at the demand and coping framework only from psychological perspective or physical perspective. Only when we bring the two together, we can see a more harmony framework. Now here, if you will see, so there are three important perspectives. This is a very important model which talks about the stress tolerance limit, and one breaking down at the STL level. If you will see as you progress, it can break the entire framework, reaching to a point where there can be a complete disintegration or falling apart scenario. The info in some way, I think it's going a little beyond the slide, but very quickly, this last slide is very important and relevant to all of you, where you can see that it is not just one aspect which will, take care of the entire harmony, but it is in totality which always function. So when we talk about stresses, particularly, we talk about stresses from the perspective that it, if one aspect also, whether it is your professional, which is in this case mentioned as organizational, or a social or a physical, if that get disrupted, it automatically will disrupt the whole framework and scenario. And hence, any imbalance, any factor imbalance need to be taken very seriously. So when a student is experiencing some stressor, let's say it can be a stressor of the relationship also. You're doing well with your academics, you're doing well at home, you have good set of achievement happening, but somewhere you are not happy with the way your social relationship and interaction is happening. Can this directly, indirectly impact their health? Yes, it can impact. And can this bring some kind of disruption? It will bring the disruption. And that is where the intercorrelation or interrelationship between the three elements, they become very significant in the process, which we will talk about. Okay, I will very quickly take you back to this slide. I think this also touches upon a very important factor, which is related to the health and well-being. And you can see very clearly almost all the important relevant points which are significant to students, particularly in their academic life, in their college life. They are taken in account. And it is important for one to note that like I'm using this word harmony multiple times. I'm emphasizing on it from the perspective of body, mind, and soul. So is the case of the perspective of the biological, social, and psychological. Only when there is a harmony between the three, you can see you will be able to discover a good mental health as an outcome. The outcome of mental health can never be only solely associated with health and fitness of one variable. It's always a combination association. Madam, how much time do I have? I have 3-4 slides.
Probably 5 more minutes.
Okay, we will take questions after that. There were some hand raised actually.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So this is also very important post-COVID for student. I thought this can be a easy and a light slide to look at. We are talking so much about positive psychology, although I'm not having much time to discuss in elaboration about it. But when we talk about health framework from a psychological perspective, we need to look into account how much complex we have made our life with particular reference post-COVID as students or in a system of learning and teaching process with too many gadgets intervention. Our dependency, our outcomes, our performance, everything is associated with lot many external factors. Now, the higher the control is given to the external factor, what you will see, the higher will be the issue where an individual will feel weaker on sense of control. You recall I have mentioned about that in one of my slides, that the higher degree of sense of control only will bring a higher degree of resilience and then health and well-being, leading to all kind of good impact on physical and mental health. But when we see in practical, very simple sense, as an example, what is happening on daily basis? I see a lot of students, particularly youth, of late, working with reels. Now, reels are less than a minute or maybe 1.5 minutes as a time period. There are very interesting researches which are now talking about the factor that this whole culture of video to reel and then further is introducing a very big threat to youth and youth's mental health, particularly from a cognitive processing perspective, because it is directly, indirectly impacting the attention and processing ability. So the attention span, which was earlier known to be of good amount, which was as good as 1 hour, going lower to 18 to 20 minutes, now further going to 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, and going further lowering to that is something which is very contagious. And hence the consumption, the only one word which I want each one of you to draw from this slide is the consumption. What you are mentally consuming. See, physically what you are consuming, of course, that's an important thing post-COVID, because that has a huge impact. We have discussed about the interconnectedness with the physical and the mental framework, but more importantly is what you are mentally consuming. Because the silent impact of mental consumption of different kind of information coming from different sources, this is clearly impacting in your ability to bring creativity and outcome as a final, course outcome. Your ability to do the problem solving, your ability to bring the creativity, your ability to apply knowledge, they get severely hampered if there is no room, no window, no scope given for any kind of processing, which will only happen when you will leave some space for you to be able to think. So I will conclude my session at this stage, and maybe if there is a time framework available, we can have some question answers right now. That there are two important things which can be seen from the perspective for students, particularly from mental health and well-being perspective post-COVID, is to try and pay more and more attention on listening ability and observational abilities. Because higher you bring these two in your practice, higher you will be able to connect with the triad of harmony between the body, mind, and soul framework. And mind it, this is the only thing which is going to help us in the present scenario, in present time, where you will see a lot of contradictory information always coming on your table, confusing you, bringing ambiguity, but expecting adaptability, and at the end of the day, productivity and performance. So for one, there is no option but to get that productivity and performance, because that's the way the measure of parameter of outcome is done by the society. But there is a process of stitching it. That whole fabric is where the focus of academia and the focus of youth as a self-choice on self-management system should be for focusing. Yes, there are simple words to it. We all are aware of it. That is about coping and resilience. They can be simple consolidated word which you can use. But more simple word in language about what you have to execute and apply is a mindfulness framework and integrating oneself with this harmony and triad. I'll stop here for a while, and then maybe if required, we can put some questions.
Dear participants, if you have any questions to ask, I think you can raise the hand. We can unmute and we'll ask you the question. Okay. There is a message from Kishore Reddy. Ma'am, you spoke about health as harmony of physical, mental, and soul. Could you please elaborate how to harmonize soul that you mentioned?
Okay, very interesting point you have highlighted particularly. See, when we talk about physical and mental, I agree with you completely that it is very easy for one to relate to because it's more tangible in nature. But soul comes in a different format altogether. Psychology, in fact, also struggles with defining how soul will take into place of this interpretation. But when we talk about soul, it is more about the energy. The human energy, you know, your sensory system also leads to certain framework which are more intangible in nature. Now, when we talk about belief system of an individual, in simple word, value system of an individual, core self of an individual, how one is relating to that I, the me, right? Now, this I, me, or mind, you cannot label them in a diagram. You can label a physical and mental framework. Now, bringing that element in simplest format of language, that bringing yourself in that element, which you firmly believe in, which can be articulated through your value system in a way, they are expressed, or they are rather expression of your soul. So expression of the soul is very important for all of us to take in account. Expression of the soul, honestly speaking, has always been ignored and neglected big time because of lot of impact of Western psychological, so to say, the scientific orientation framework. It is high time we in India should start emphasizing on Indian psychology, indigenous system, Indian framework, where I know that there is some alternate therapy which can work. I know that music can give me relief, can bring peace to my soul, but I don't have a scientific research to prove it. And hence I decline the role of music in that framework. No, it will not be a good idea because probably the tribal people, they are managing their stress using that music only in the evening. So I hope I'm making some, more local, but very important point of view as a perspective for your reference, Kishore Reddy sir, for your reference, that try to see that if we can see soul as an expression of lot of cultural practices, which come in form of simple value and belief. And when that gets synchronized with the physical and mental framework, then by default, we start finding that whole triad getting, expressed. You will see that in form of, will and wisdom as an expression. Your will and wisdom, they get nourished. I mean, this is something I'm so passionate about that I can just go on and on, but I would like to stop here. Otherwise, it's going to take the discussion in a different framework. Today's youth are rather more inclined towards it. Rather, madam, today's youth are more thinking about it. In fact, people, everybody, people are very specifically looking at some more relatable interventions and coping mechanism. So when we talk about young parents today, even all of us are bending back to something which is more culturally relatable. So the relevancy part, the relatability part, what culturally may be more easily processed, where one is not experiencing cultural shock, where one is feeling more grounded, going back to roots. I think those formats can only hold the youth in accordance, because suddenly we cannot expect from youth to showcase a value system which are coming from a traditional framework, unless we don't bring them in their daily lifestyle or way of life. So the lived experience of the student is very important. Yes, I think very nicely somebody has written here the psycho-spiritual mechanism. Psycho-spiritual intervention, psycho-spiritual models, they are the only answers for present youth and the well-being and health. See, I did not get much time, but then I was trying to put one very important point in perspective for all of you, that simply absence of illness is not health. And that is high time youth should understand, because youth has a capacity to probably do wonders with their energy system. Now, how do they do wonders with their energy system if they are working and only aiming at the minimum threshold, which is absence of illness? No, we have to probably change the spectrum and thinking from absence of illness to only thinking about what is wellness. So the more and more we'll start talking about wellness, how do we define wellness, youth will get a clarity. We are only defining to youth what is illness or absence of illness, and hence they are stuck after a point. Utna base minimum they are doing, but then after that, which they have as a capacity, they are not focusing upon. So the moment we change our dialogue and we sit on the other pole of wellness, I believe in next 4-5 years, we'll be able to bring what actually the indigenous system have already given to us. Screen time influence on mental health strategies. I don't know the question what it is trying to say, but then screen time, see, I am again saying the same thing. Day before yesterday only, I was sitting with my PhD scholars on some very interesting framework on how this reel is impacting their mental health. This is danger. It's a big time danger, because it's the ability of cognitive framework is getting challenged based upon this, and everything at the end of the day culminate with the with what we are consuming. So there is no strategy, just a self-management and self-control or a self-discipline framework. But again, that will come with one very baseline system to be educated, and that is time management. I think time is seen more as a flexible and stretchable factor by youth. Because every time you want anything from the environment, you are able to get it, and that is the benefit of your online and social media and whatever, right? So you don't have to wait for library to open in the morning to actually gain knowledge. You can always open YouTube at 2 o'clock and also gain knowledge. Now, this whole idea of fading away time period, the biological framework, and how learning system has to be associated with the biological clock, how circadian rhythm is working, how our comprehension is working, how our cognitive ability is working. I think all of that is where the focus and emphasis has to be. And in some way, the way we as academicians, as professors, if we can start bringing some very innovative assessment style, mechanism to measure the performance of the student in a more innovative way, which can connect them back to root, that's the only way I can see at this point of time things are going to work in their reference. I don't know whether I've answered this question or not. Any strategies on screen time influence? Strategies, I don't know what the question is trying to. Can you elaborate your question?
Srilata, S. Srilata. Okay, ma'am. Any other questions, participants?
Okay. I have a question, but I'm not able to raise my hand. I don't know what is.
Vrushali Reddy.
Yes.
Please put it in the chat box. Yeah.
If I can ask.
Yeah, please put it very brief. Yeah.
Yes. I felt it was abruptly like lost. Lot of information was abruptly cut short. Only I wanted to know, you spoke very well about this cognitive abilities getting scattered because of the screens, and there are many other problems that are. Now, how to put this, any mechanisms, like psycho-spiritual, the word I used is because for that purpose only, any mechanisms that can be given to the youth, especially for this generation. Any paper on it, any research on it, I would like to have that.
Oh.
And a lot of information even on slides that was just scrolled in. If that also can be provided, I would just like to go. Excellent presentation, ma'am. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much. I know I had to rush and run with some of the slides because of the paucity of time. I did not want it to kind of cross the time given to me. But you're right, there is more in depth. This is something which requires, a full day intensive workshop orientation, only deliberation on this pointer. And hence what you are perceiving that yes, there can be more which can come in form of, more subsets that can be discussed. But yes, coming to the cognitive, number one, research paper, yes, a lot of research work is already on this happening. You can see a lot of psychological intervention, particularly with yoga, well-being, and its intervention, where people are already using them as a alternative therapy beyond the psychotherapy, or integrating it with a holistic framework. So holistic health framework is being more and more used effectively, and a lot has been done with reference to breaking the sedentary behavior pattern. So when we are talking about screen time reduction, I think again you will see WHO also, even the Western system and Indian system, Eastern system, both is working in the direction to break the sedentary behavior pattern. It's just saying screen time, people will not understand. I tell you honestly, because screen time, people post-COVID have started perceiving differently. They think they are just getting knowledge and they're not doing anything wrong to themselves. So the guilt with sitting with the screen or being online has gone low, because the expansion of screen time or the expansion of online system to enlighten a person in terms of framework has gone up. So it is very difficult for one to actually give an alert message that no, right now I'm wasting my time and this consumption is unnecessary, or this consumption is actually bringing knowledge to my mind. And for youth who is immature or who is still trying to figure out a lot of things, it is furthermore difficult. It is difficult for even a middle age and a old age person. So for youth, for sure, the screen time issue is more a confusion issue than actually an intention issue of correction. I see it that way. I think it is more important for one to do that sort of segregation. But to segregate that, we need to bring back again the biopsychosocial framework, like I mentioned about sedentary behavior. So one has to see that, okay, one is doing good to the mind by consuming something, maybe by long sitting hours on screen, but one is not doing good with the body. So that is where the physical activity or sedentary behavior is getting questioned. And if we bring a holistic framework to the students and the youth, possibly they'll be able to look at in a very interesting way. I hope I have answered that question in a brief way, or if you want, I can elaborate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, I think chat GPT, somebody has mentioned, Dr. Vinita Pandey, madam. Very true. I mean, as I said, that this is a topic which if we're given a chance, we can talk for the entire day in the second half. But then the point is we have to stop somewhere. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request our student Bharti Rajesh to propose vote of thanks. Bharti?
Greetings to the esteemed guests, Dr. Purnima ma'am, Dr. Ritu Sharma ma'am, Dr. Swati ma'am, and Dr. Anupama ma'am, to all the professors in the audience. My name is Bharti Rajesh Uparu. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Ritu Sharma.
One second, Bharti. I request Ms. Shashireka to please. Yes, thank you. Yes.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Ritu Sharma ma'am for sharing your valuable insights and knowledge with us during the seminar. Your presentation on how to tackle the challenges that the post-pandemic world has imposed on the youth of this country was super informative and thoughtful. I think that we all will try to reflect on the optimal wellness framework and try to inculcate the ability of managing our own systems by harmonizing the biological, social, and psychological spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So, ma'am, are we breaking for lunch now?
Yeah, we'll get back by 1:40.
Yes.
Okay.
I request all the participants to be here sharp 1:40. We will be starting the next session. Thank you.
Deepti, I think we can start the program. Others will join later. So
Yes.
let us resume to the sessions.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the afternoon session of the two-day seminar. Our speaker, Sir Dr. Jagdish, is already here. So now I request Pravalika to introduce our speaker for the session.
Yes.
Yes, Pravalika.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pravalika from MA Psychology final year. I feel privileged to have gotten an opportunity to introduce our respected guests and one of the eminent speakers of today, Dr. A. Jagadish Sir. Dr. A. Jagadish Sir is HOD DHC at Apollo Hospital. He's a reputed senior consultant, neonatal and pediatric early interventionist of neurodevelopmental disorders at Apollo Institute Medical Sciences and Research, Apollo Health City, Hyderabad. He also is serving and coordinating the National Health Mission project initiated by the government of Telangana. He is also a certified master trainer in autism tools from Pediatric Neurology, AIMS, New Delhi, and certified master trainer in early intervention of neurodevelopmental disabilities. He is an active member of Neurodevelopmental Pediatrics Group, NCDP, CANCL of Indian Academy of Pediatrics and Indian Academy of Cerebral Palsy. He is an international faculty in the area of early intervention for neurodevelopmental disabilities. Now I request Dr. A. Jagadish Sir to enlighten us about the adolescent mental health in post-COVID-19 pandemic world. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Pravalika, for your introduction. I thank Osmania University Department of Psychology and also the Indian Social Science Research for conducting this national seminar on the mental health issues during and post-pandemic world. I thank the organizing committee for inviting me to speak about the adolescent issues. Thank you so much. Am I audible? May I know?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. My session I am dedicating to my teacher, Dept Professor Dr. P. Sudarshan Reddy Garu, retired Superintendent Government Nilofer Hospital for Women and Children, and Head of the Department of Pediatrics, Apollo Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. So, we know that the endemic and pandemic, epidemic, sporadic, all this. But globally, everyone is facing the post-COVID sequelae pandemic. So, the COVID-19 affected all groups, like from pediatric to geriatric, even the neonates also. Neonates and also the pre-primary and primary children, that is the pediatric, and also adolescents, adults, and middle age, old age. So the virus is still existing, globally, but it is showing certain negative impacts, preferably on the adolescent age. So we are now talking about the adolescents as well as adults, because adults and adolescents both are, that such kind of population who are susceptible and having proneness to develop various mental health issues as well as physiological issues. When we navigate the mental health issues in post-pandemic world, clearly there is a statement, the global pandemic which continues to impact people in many ways. Still, we are undergoing certain physiological, psychological, emotional, social effects from this post-pandemic. So it is a sequelae which still happening globally in some countries. So the direct effects, if you look at, not only on the individual, even the families also got affected adversely. So when we look at the indirect effects, the financial security got affected, housing also got affected, unemployment among the adults and the middle age, and also the social isolation, which is one of the important hindering aspects, which has been increased with emotional and psychological difficulties or challenges globally, with specific populations, that is from the pediatric to geriatric, that is old age. So there is an indicator with which we can see what is the usage of anti-anxiety drug and antidepressive drug, and also the sleeping sickness issue. So if you look at the, these common, medications from the dispensaries as well as from the psychiatrists and neurologists and physicians, the anti-anxiety drugs are commonly used during the COVID and also post-COVID. That is almost 34.1%. And the people who are using antidepressants drugs, it's almost 18.6% globally. And anti-insomnia, that is a sleeping sickness drug, almost 14.8. So with this picture, we can imagine the effect of, the people, preferably the pandemic effect on the adolescent health, that is mental health. Okay, so according to World Health Organization, there is a lot of demand for the mental health professionals, because mental health, illness or the disorders or disabilities is increasing day by day. Not only because of the COVID or pandemic, but also because of some various etiological factors. So the COVID-19 has been disrupted and also halted the critical mental health services in almost 93% of countries, that is globally. So when you look at the government, the National Mental Health Program already it is there. So there is an urgent need or urgent emergency to raise the funds for the mental health, because mental health problems not only in the urban but also rural India, there are a lot of people who are facing this mental health issues. But the problem is the professionals are not available in the rural India to cater the needs of mental health issues among the adolescents as well as adults. So when we look at the pandemic, the schools and colleges or the education institutions closure, and also which has been affected the isolation, that is, peer face-to-face interaction, and also all taking a serious toll on the lives of high school as well as college students. Because during the COVID time, everyone attending the online classes, because of the online classes, a lot of side effects has been faced by the adolescents, the college students, even the school children also, that we have been witnessed already. That is a part of post-COVID sequelae. Why we are always talking about adolescence? Because adolescence is a very important age, and because the rapid neurodevelopment will take place, and also adaptation of the adult-like roles, like example in the employment, and also this is the age of intimate relationship among the peers. And also there's an increased, salience of the gender norms in daily life, and also increased interaction with the peers as well as, versus parents, because the interaction between the parents and the peers, if you look at again, the peer interaction will be more in adolescent age. That is why, the COVID-19 got affected the physical interaction between among the peers, and psycho-emotional and self-identity changes also happening during the adolescent age, and also physical and reproductive changes, that is nothing but the secondary sexual characteristic traits, which will be there, mature during the adolescent age. At the same time, the adolescent age is a risk-taking age also. That is nothing but an experimental age, because there are so many developmental tasks will be happening during the adolescent age. So the development or apply abstract thinking skills, and they develop apply more complex perspective talking, and also they will take complex tasks, and also they develop or apply new coping skills, maybe the defense mechanisms, etc. And also sense of purpose and agency or autonomy also will be developed during the adolescent age. And identify moral standards, values, and ethics and beliefs also we can see during this adolescent stage development. And they understand and they express more complex emotional experiences. And they form friendships that are very close and also very supportive relationships among the peers. And also they develop identity and they take responsibility, increasingly mature roles that too in the responsibilities which they take, like the task oriented. And also renegotiate relationship with the adults and adjustments to maturing bodies and also feelings. So overall, this is the age during which most of the development will take place. Psychological, social, and also emotional and spiritual development will get matured during the adolescent age. Because the brain, if you look at the adolescent brain, it is a period of growth and also brain centers still maturing. So this is one of the wonderful opportunity for the brain to adapt or to adjust with the environment, that is nothing but the epigenetics in which the adolescent is present. And also the emotional brain in the driver's seat is there. So you know the brain structure, I don't want to go in detail, but the hippocampus, it plays a role in the learning and memory. Prefrontal cortex, that is nothing but, it plays a role in the attention and seeking, and also concentration, and also to focus on the task. And amygdala, that is nothing but the emotional regulation as well as the activity roles. So adolescence age is under distress, not eustress. They are under distress. So 2020 has been a very rough year for everyone, but the adolescents and young adults are among the hit list. That is their mental health concerns. So why this adolescence age? Because of their proneness, because of their susceptibility to the various triggers or the stressors in the society. That is social, cultural, and emotional, and physical too. And the main nowadays we are seeing the hotlines from the government as well as NGOs. They started online services during the pandemic time as well as the post-pandemic time also. So there is a significant increase in the calls over the last couple of months we can see or we can witness. The inflow of the patients from the adolescent and adult groups, even the before marriage or after marriage, it has been increased. So they are developing anxiety and a lot of distress and also depression. It may be a part of post-COVID sequelae, or it may be because of some other etiological factor or causative factors. So the main effect is the social isolation. Extended periods of the loneliness during the pandemic definitely deteriorated mental and physical health outcomes over a period of time, which definitely leads to the depression and also musculoskeletal disorders because of lack of physical activity, and also certain nephrotic syndrome or kidney disease or heart disease or like some other chronic diseases, maybe the diabetes and also hypertension, etc. So there are so many physiological illness the adults as well as adolescents are facing. And during the pandemic period of time, young adults especially were missing the face-to-face or physical interaction with the peers, because there is no college. There was no college, there is no interaction. Even regular colleges also generally they interact. But suddenly, abruptly, when the lockdown has been announced in all states or globally, so it has been one of the triggering factor for the anxiety as well as depression and isolation. So this has been led to development of so many other problems, like because of the loss of one family member, maybe a father or mother or uncle or auntie, whoever may be, the sibling also, sometimes even the peers also. So there is a loss of loved ones which happened, and also no promotions for the adults who have been employed, and also social media continuous gaming for 24/7, which also one of the triggering factor for the mental health issue. And also no graduation ceremonies or celebrations in the college, they have been missed that. And the daily routines also got disturbed, and also boredom because of the repetitive, stereotypic, monotonous work, and new responsibilities also happened in the family because of the financial problems and all. And also the adolescent and adults, they have undergone the depression and social isolation, and there is no physical activity or sports also. So economic hardship also one of the commonest problem which we are seeing in the world. So there has been increase in the mental health issues. Earlier, before COVID, almost maximum 20% of the children and adolescents under the 18 years of the age, that to early adolescents, a mental health disorder given by every year. So yearly, as almost 20% of the children as well as early adolescents used to attend the mental health professional. Whereas after COVID, almost 30% of all young people are attending are seeking the help from the mental health professionals. So because of the rise in the mental health problems, and children and adolescents, they developed the stress, that to the distress, and also the anxiety and depression, and the main important thing is the smartphone addiction. We need to highlight about this topic because this is what all the adults, adolescents, they are suffering with smartphone addiction. But nowadays we are seeing the Yuva Kendra or Yuva clinics. There has been increased in mental health related visits to the counselors as well as psychologists and also the psychiatrists. So what they are suffering with loneliness, aloofness, and also social impairment or social disability, and also generalized anxiety disorder, and also stress related disorder and depressive disorders, and panic disorders and adjustment disorders with the family members, within the family, and within the, among the sibling, as well as with peer group, and also with the spouses and with employers also in the employment, in the office setting. And also the people are suffering with insomnia, that is sleeping sickness, and also post-traumatic stress disorder. Definitely, I think most of the people globally are suffering with the post-traumatic stress disorder, even still now. And there has been increase in the social media usage, and also the dependency also happening. For everything we are depending on social media. Okay, so this is one of the important, the serious mental disorder, I can say that, hypochondria. That is one of the idiot syndrome. We can call it as the internet-derived information obstructing the treatment. Okay, and the psychoactive substance dependency also one of the commonest thing which we are noticing or witnessing nowadays globally among the adults. And substance abuse disorder. Most of the youngsters, they are abusing the substance like maybe the alcohol, maybe the smoking and all, tobacco chewing in rural areas and all. And OCD, of course, it is there, obsessive compulsive disorder, because of the excessive cleanliness, because of the excessive hygiene, it may lead to the development of OCD. And also the people are suffering with suicidal tendencies. So, and also some people are suffering with anosmia. Anosmia is the loss of smell, and also the taste buds also got affected because of the post, COVID sequelae. So that is very important, because the smell as well as taste, as all sensory functions, they have a powerful connection to memory as well as emotion. A specific scent or a flavor definitely can transport us to a meaningful place automatically. Even it will remind us of a lost loved one or build excitement for a delicious meal also. So when we lose the smell as well as taste because of the post-pandemic effect, so it will affect the both physical as well as mental health costs. So that is one. And suicidal thoughts, if you look at the statistics, it has been drastically increased from 2018 to August 2020. If you look at the young adults, the suicidal tendencies has been increased from 10.7% to almost 25.5%. Imagine 2023 we are in now. I think I'm sure and confident that it might have been increased further up to 27 or 28%. And if you look at the other ages, from 4.3% to 11%, it has been increased from 2018 to 2020. This is about the suicidal tendencies during the pandemic. Okay. And if you look at the physical activity reported over 1 week, the vigorous, strenuous physical activity has been, decreased drastically during the pandemic. Almost 65% little exercise, little exercise and no one. So this is what, so people are becoming sedentary. So there is no physical activity, which definitely affects the body metabolism. And if you look at the sleep patterns also, sleep with my mobile phone in the room, it's almost increased among the teenagers. And social media impairs my ability to sleep, again, further reduced. And I got to sleep later than pre-COVID-19, less, again, stay on the phone 1+ hours, that is more than 1 hour after bedtime. So this is what this picture or this data clearly indicates, how far the adolescents and adults have been addicted to the media or the screen. Even the school and uncertain future are top stresses for the teens during the pandemic. 71% of the schoolwork, 65% thinking about the failure, 58% no identifiable reason, 55% pressure from the family or within the family, maybe from the parents and the siblings. 48% of the adolescent and youth are suffering from the social isolation. So 47% again concerns about the world, what is going to happen. Fourth wave is going to hit the world or not. This kind of assumptions, that is almost 47%. 46% social interactions got affected, that is with the peers and with the family members or with the siblings. And 43% pressure to fit in. And using the social media, almost 41%, near to half of the, 50%. And also 34% of the family financial stress they are facing. So like there are so many effects which we are witnessing globally. So COVID-19 has also brought on its own set of unique stressors. So what is the main stress is 61% of the teenagers are saying that the COVID-19 pandemic has increased my feeling of loneliness, because they lost the friends with whom they can share the feeling, with whom they can share their ideas or desires or whatever. So almost more than 50%, that is 61, it is stating, the stats. So the people are suffering with loneliness or aloofness, lack of friendships, lack of relationships. They are becoming aloof, and in the dark world, I can say they are facing so many mental health issues. So in this stressful climate, out of 10 teenagers, 7 have been experienced struggling with mental health. It may be anxiety, it may be excessive distress, or it may be depression or other mental issue, or sometimes addiction to the social media and the screen, and none other. So maximum percentage you can see the 55, that is generalized anxiety disorder, GAD. So if you look at the teens' positive mode, they are happy when they chat with friends, they are happy when they are with the family members, and also when they scroll the phone, that to the social media, they are happy, and being outside or exercising some kind of physical activity, they are happy, and video games, they are happy. So this is about the happiness of the youth, preferably the adolescents. And also negative mode, that is nothing but the school which are online. This is a very important thing. Even some adults, even the online, work from the home, as well as the students who are working, attending the online classes, they are not happy actually through online classes, because they are missing the physical classes, they are missing the environment, physical environment of the classroom, they are missing the teacher's methodology, and also the peer group. So 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. This is preferably among the rural adolescent girls and boys, and also adults. And 89% of the college students are experiencing, the stress or anxiety as a COVID result of 19. So still the adolescents are facing, they're experiencing and they're sensing, the post-COVID sequelae, that is nothing but the stress or anxiety or depression. And out of 4 students, 1 has been surveyed, said that their depression significantly increases because of, a kind of assumption, maybe because of some kind of, physiological illness, or maybe psychological or social environmental. 56% of the students responded that their daily level of physical activity has decreased or significantly decreased. So there is no physical activity. Naturally, a kind of, adaptation they are in. And stress or anxiety, 91%, disappointment or sadness, 81%, loneliness or isolation, 80%, financial setback, 48%, relocation, 56%. So overall, these statistics indicates how far our youth, our, the world population, preferably the adolescents as well as adults, are undergoing so many multifactorial, stress-related, the disorders or the difficulties. Out of 5 college students, 1, the student is suffering with the mental problems, mental health issues because of the COVID-19. 80% of the college students report that COVID-19 has negatively impacted their mental health because of because of sudden loss of one family member, because of post-COVID sequelae of syndrome. We can call it as a syndrome, because it's not only one, there are so many signs and symptoms they are facing even after complete recovery. I cannot say the complete recovery, still under recovery. So near to normal, that is what today's topic. And children and adolescents with neurodevelopmental disabilities or disorders. So when they studied in 2021, the families of autism spectrum disorder and also other neurodevelopmental disorders, the children preferably, the adolescents, they are facing so many of behavioral issues and sleep disorders, or like an insomnia and hyposomnia, less duration of the sleep, and also physical conflict among their children. That is a lack of physical interaction with the peer group. So when you look at the young adults who are pregnant women, antenatal mothers are encouraged not to be exposed to radiation during this important phase, that is during the COVID time. Lesser the exposure to radiation, lower the risk of birth defects in a newborn baby or neonate. Like generally we see like neural tube defects like meningocele, meningomyelocele, spina bifida occulta, cystica, or maybe other neurodevelopmental disabilities like autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit and hyperactive disorder, etc. Okay, so fetuses are particularly sensitive to radiation during their early development. That is between 2 and 18 weeks of the gestational period. So, but during the pregnancy, during the COVID time, what happened? The antenatal mothers who are working online, who belongs to IT, so they worked. So they worked on the laptop. So continuous exposure was there. So many neurodevelopmental disabilities we are seeing nowadays in the society. So the association is found between the prolonged mobile phone viewing, that is nothing but the exposure to the gadgets, electronic gadgets, and also we have seen the incidence, drastic increase of incidence and prevalence, that is low birth weight babies, very low birth weight babies, and extreme low birth weight babies. And also the infants are emergency transfer rate to the hospital, and also shorter pregnancy duration also we can see. So there is a direct connection, I can say. And prolonged screen viewing times are also adversely associated with not only the neurodevelopmental disorders, but also among the women, there will be like physical, mental health issues, and also vitality issues, and obesity, diabetes mellitus, and hypertension, and also musculoskeletal health complaints. Maybe the spondylitis, maybe low, cervical or lumbar spondylitis, etc. So a study revealed that the pregnant women who use cell phones excessively are more likely to give birth to the children with behavioral problems or behavioral challenges like attention deficit and hyperactive disorder, and also some kind of violent, destructive behavior, deviant behavior, impulsive behavior, oppositional behavior. Such kind of behavioral problems we can see in the children. And many times the media clearly say, announced and conveyed to the general public that addiction to social media definitely spur the illness. It may lead to the psychotic disorders also, and also it affects the friendships and relationships too. So we have to balance the media life with our life with the media life. Otherwise, definitely it will affect our mental health. And there has been a study conducted by Dr. Professor Girish Kumar from Electrical Engineering Department of IIT Mumbai. That what the study is revealing that 400% increase in the risk of brain cancer among teens using smartphones excessively, which may cause some neurodegenerative diseases also in future, like Alzheimer's disease and Parkinsonism disease. We have to convey the caution among the adolescents as well as adults regarding the excess usage of the latest gadget or technology, whatever you call it as. So recognizing dangers of over usage of the apps, that is nothing but addicted to technology and apps. So the App Store, they are downloading from the App Store and they are interacting with the apps continuously, the adolescent boys and girls. Definitely, when you ask what type of answers they give to us is, I could quit, but I don't want to. This is a clear statement. I know it's bad, but everybody is doing it. So this kind of feedback generally we get from the adolescents, that age group. So social media and gaming mainly the main way to meet the social media. If you ask anyone, generally, nowadays they are posting the TikTok videos. So TikTok is a good pastime during the pandemic time, but it is definitely does not make quarantine better. I had rather be with my friends. This is what the adolescent views. And TikTok is one I spend the most time on because it has stuff I actually want to watch if I don't have anything to do. TikTok, the obvious place to go. So this is another teen, expressive. So the teen multitasking during the online classes, what observed here is the Instagram, Snapchat, texting, other classwork, and TikTok also. So this is what the apps commonly used during the online classes during the pandemic time. And when the adolescents are adults, unplug the media, social media, what are the risks generally they face? Is the obesity, because the teens who watch more than 5 hours of television per day are 5 times more likely to be overweight, or it may cause definitely the obesity. Further, it may cause the early PCOD because of the sedentary life among the girls. That's what nowadays everyone is talking about, early menstruation, or early puberty, early PCOD, and early pregnancy, and early menopause or early osteoarthritis. Why all these early? Because of so many other what is the lifestyle changes and external factors, or that epigenetics or the environmental factors. And it comes to the other risk is the sleep problems, exposure to the light. Definitely the blue light will cause, it will stimulate the brain, and it will be delayed further sleep. That means it will disturb the biological rhythm or circadian rhythm. And also the problematic internet usage. Heavy video games definitely cause the internet gaming disorder among the teens. And a good night's sleep is also a key to brain development at the same time. The blue light emitted by the screens in particular can throw off the body's biological clock and disturb the sleep. Okay, so the teens are advised not to interact with the gadgets before going to sleep, or excess usage of the gadgets during the daytime. Tablets and smartphones suppress the melatonin hormone. This is a very important hormone for the sleep. So the children who are watching, this smartphone, definitely the melatonin hormone secretion will be coming down. So once it comes down, they will be facing insomnia, sleeping sickness, or hyposomnia. And also the gadget usage definitely affect the real life relationship. And also there is a probability for depression and also chronic neck and back problems in the humans. And also it may cause the separation anxiety disorder and also generalized anxiety disorder, attention deficit and hyperactive disorder. And also it lowers the cardiovascular health and increases the mortality risk also among the adults. Nowadays, we are seeing the many youngsters, the enrollment of youngsters in the cardiology department with acute cardiac arrest. This is one of the worrying aspects in the present world. And they are suffering with many psychosocial, mental health issues other than the physiological issues because of lack of physical activity, excessive exposure to the gadget, and because of excessive distress and all. So the negative effect on the school and college performance also we can see among the adolescents and adults. So there are so many side effects of using smartphones because of excessive usage. It may cause the noise-induced hearing loss, and also tinnitus. It is nothing but a kind of ringing, buzzing, and roaring noise. And hyperacusis, we can see that more than 50% of the people who suffer from tinnitus, definitely they can get this hyperacusis, which may cause other problems also like hearing loss and also dizziness and ear infections because they won't clean properly the birds, so which may cause attraction of the bacterial and viral infections, sometimes fungal infections too, and excess ear wax formation also. And because of headphones usage, they may get some kind of painful sensation, definitely, which will cause some other problems like insomnia, and effect on the brain also because of the electromagnetic waves will generate a kind of problems in the brain that too for the long-term duration of the time. So media-free meals are very important, which we have to advise the adolescent youth and adults. So there is a plenty of unconscious eating when we watch a television program or online classes, whatever, and it may cause definitely the weight gain or obesity. And what students are feeling nowadays is we won't need any kind of advice from the adults or parents or teachers. We just need to sit there. We just need to sit there and be with each other. So most of the adolescents, they're expecting this from the parents. Because of the busy schedule, everyone is busy in their works and tasks. They are not coming together. They are not interacting with each other. So most of the adolescents are missing this. So they're expecting the family members to sit with them, to listen to them, their health issues, or whatever the mental health and physiological health are, expectations, whatever. But advice for parents is to just sit and provide a kind of options in the form of counseling. Sometimes when we are very stressed out with the school and all the things we are juggling and we do not feel like talking much. So the parents can acknowledge that by simply saying, I am here when you are ready to talk. I am here. It's like an option we are providing and allowing their child some space. If you want to ask like this, definitely there will be a gap between the parent and child. So provide an option, provide a space to the child so that whenever the child is in the distress, they will come to you. You are putting the ball in the court by saying this. So they get to decide when they are ready to have the conversation with you, even if it does not happen right away. But definitely, it provides a kind of opportunity to the adolescents to come forward with their problems. And watch for warning signs. What are the red flags? What are the warning signs in mental health? It's not always easy to recognize when someone is going through a mental health crisis, because most of us, we are not good at non-verbal communications like eye contact, or hand movements, or facial expressions, or gestures, or postures, and all. We speak, but we want to maintain that non-verbal gestures with what we speak. That's we always concentrate on IQ in the children as well as adolescents. IQ grade, that is intelligence quotient. But very few parents or very few people will focus on social quotient, spiritual quotient, emotional quotient, and developmental quotient. These are all very important competencies which every person should have. But nowadays, the adolescents are not having the social competency, emotional competency, spiritual competency. So this is a very important competency with which an adolescent can overcome his or her mental and as well as physical or spiritual or social problems. So this is very important for the parents to inculcate from early childhood and from the childhood. What families really want to look for is changes in behaviors, changes in the personality. If your child is not talking to you as much as anymore, spending a lot of time in themselves or with the gadgets, that itself shows or expresses some kind of red flag, especially if they are not taking time to connect with their friends or peers virtually or physically. When they're sitting alone, for example, when they're aloof and they're isolated, that itself indicates that the child is suffering or adolescent is suffering with some red flags. Immediately you have to intervene that child. You may also see a decrease in motivation, especially without the routine of in-person, like schooling or going to college. If your child is having a hard time getting out of bed, definitely it is showing some kind of mental stress or distress. If your child is not eating properly, adolescent is not eating properly, like anorexia nervosa, less eating, or sometimes excessive eating also, bulimia nervosa. So these, eating disorders also some kind of indication or indicator for the mental as well as physiological health illness. So we have to have we have to have a look on this red flag. As a parent, follow your gut. If you feel like something might not be right, it's better to talk with them immediately and find someone, maybe a peer, maybe a sibling for them to talk to before it, because it might spiral into something more serious in forthcoming days. So early screening, early identification, and early intervention of the mental health issues are very important, and we need to implement. And better to talking it out, because the talking therapy is very important. Parents can support by spending time with them. It does not have to be a productive or constructive time, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour, no problem. Let them connect with their friends, the peers. Maybe you incorporate during the morning walks or in evening dinners into your daily routine, because talking itself definitely heals many problems. And there is a 3-step tool which definitely helps the people talk about mental health. The first one is the validate. When we hear that someone is struggling with some kind of health issue, that is a mental health issue, maybe a distress, maybe a depression, maybe an anxiety, our instinct is immediately to start offering our solution. So we need to validate. We challenge everyone to do is to take a movement. It is very important. You have to take a movement. You have to validate their problem and other person's experience also. Don't jump to say immediately, oh, it's not that bad, because these are the phrases definitely will precipitate or aggravate more problem in that person. It could be so much worse. This phrase also definitely adversely affect that person. So instead of that, you give some quality of time, try to understand the problem and their challenges, even if they are very different from your own problems too. And appreciate. This is the second thing. Appreciate is very important. They need appreciation. Every human being needs appreciation. Even a child needs appreciation. An adult needs appreciation. Even a student needs appreciation. So admire the courage which took admit something so personal. It is very hard to ask for help. It's not easy for us to ask help from anyone, even from the parents, even from the sibling or peers or others. Whether you are 18 years, whether you are 68 years old, from either pediatric, geriatric, whatever age, it's very tough to ask any help. What type of help that matters. So we know that sharing when we are struggling and asking for help is a key piece of succeeding in life. But we do not always talk about it. So try to appreciate other speakers. And the next is refer. Now that you have helped your child feel more comfortable, more relaxable, expressing themselves, it is a time now to take concrete action. So don't just offer up a list of counseling services or ABCD or 1, 2, 3, 4 options. Ask questions to help your young adult or adolescent explore the different ideas or optional ideas for help can come from. And asking questions like, when you are feeling sad, what usually helps? Ask that question. Or if we could fix one thing together today that would make the biggest difference, what would that be? So these are the questions definitely will help the person who is under distress. Maybe the child, maybe the adolescent, maybe the adult. Remember that what works for you may not work for them. So it is the individualized, it's not generalized. We all have our own best way forward. So there is a pressing need nowadays for implementing evidence-based elaborative plan of action to cater the needs of psychosocial mental health issues of the vulnerable adolescents during pandemic as well as post-pandemic. Still, I can witness with my naked eye that most of the adolescents, most of the adults, young adults, they are still suffering with the post-pandemic sequelae of signs and symptoms. Maybe the anxiety, maybe the depression, maybe the distress, maybe the unemployment, whatever. There are so many. So there is a need to ameliorate adolescents' access to the mental health programs like supporting services, including the counseling services, and also the pharmacological therapeutic intervention programs, which are geared towards providing the measures for developing a healthy coping defense mechanisms during the current crisis during the post-pandemic world. For this innovative adolescent mental health policies by government and by the NGOs with direct or digital collaborative networks. Why it is collaborative? Because it's not a one-man show. There are so many multidisciplinary team of professionals involved in this mental health program, like including psychiatrists, psychologists, and the clinicians and the pediatricians, and also the community volunteers, definitely needed, and which is very, very important. Their role is significant, I can say, for the healing, because near to normal is different, normal is different. We did not reach the normal state, I can say. Still, we are near to normal. So what can we do? Frequent follow-up services, mental health therapeutic follow-up programs, and also frequent evaluation programs, frequent assessing programs in the colleges by the psychologists, preferably among the youth, and also in the schools, the adolescents, and also adults in the working places. For a sub-threshold screen, checkup is very important. And that too, we can include the parents, if the child is if the target victim is a child, and caregiver, that too primary responsive caregiver, and also the teachers and the lecturers can about their emotional well-being. So all people, if they really involve or indulge in these mental health programs, definitely the target group will get benefit. Facilitate the resilience. Families definitely provide strength by being present, empathic, and also nurturing of the child or adolescent, and practice togetherness, mindfulness. So together is very important, because one man cannot do alone. So he or she needs definitely a companion. A companion may be a sibling, maybe the parents, maybe the peer group, or maybe the colleagues. And relaxation techniques also should be exercised, should be practiced continuously in day-to-day life, and also focusing on the present moment also very important. Because nowadays, if you look at the adolescents, really some of the adolescents are really doing great job. Out of 100, 68% of the adolescents, they are saying that I consider myself to be resilient. This is what they are saying. And 67%, I am confident in providing advice to help others with their mental health struggle. And 61%, I am confident solving my own mental health struggle. 58%, I am confident in my ability to cope in a healthy way. So this is what they are equipped. Present generation, they have been equipped to handle their life challenges. So the supporting teams is very important. We need to support our teams, acknowledge what has been taken away. Don't blame the adolescents for their coping mechanisms. Know the signs of depression and anxiety at earliest so that early intervention can be done. Be aware of the behavior you are modeling, because we are the role models to our children. And also what we have to look for is feeling very sad or withdrawn, at least for a period of 2 to 3 weeks in the adolescent. That itself is a red flag. Okay, and intense worries or fears that get in the way of daily routine activities, maybe like getting up, going to the bed and going to the college, as attending the peer group activities or outdoor games. All these we have to observe the children. And also temperamental changes in the adolescents, like severe mood swings that cause problems in relationships, and drastic changes in behavior or personality you can see or observe in the adolescent. That itself is a red flag for the mental health issue. And severe out of control behavior, and also out of control means like, hyperactive, overactive, distractive, antisocial behavior or violent behavior, like that. Repeated use of drugs, because adolescents and adults are the susceptible population for the drug addiction, and also other alcohol or substance abuse. So these are the things which we can look for, and immediately we have to extend our support. And how do we support the young people with the new three R's? What are the new 3 R's? The first is the relationship, because the science tells us the relationships are the active ingredients in the learning environment and the antidote to the toxic stress. Because if you look at the stress is again like maybe a eustress or distress, but we have to look at the distress. It may be sometimes tolerable stress response, and it may be sometimes toxic response. So both we can see in the adolescent age group children, preferably among the boys rather than the girls. And also routines. The brain is a productive and also predictive mission, because it's a mission. We can call it the human computer, and is calm when things are orderly. So the brain will be calm when the things are orderly or organized, and they're making routine. So when we make the routines, the brain will be ordered or organized. And consistency, vital pieces of environments that encourage the brain development. So routine has to be maintained by the adolescent. And relationship has to be, that too positive relationship has to be maintained by the adolescent and adult. And resilience. The key to building the resilience is organizing that we all, like you and me, everyone, adults and youth, have strengths to belong. Asset-based approaches allow us to help them understand and manage their own emotions. Because nowadays people are suffering with emotional competency. So because of the emotional competency, they're unable to deal with their own problems. So what is the significant need in the present scenario? The nurturing the self program, that is the social emotional learning, and also social emotional health, that too mental health, well-being of children and young adults. This is the missing piece in the intervention programs, because everyone is focusing on the academics, everyone is focusing on some other employment, but very few people are focusing on the social emotional learning during early childhood and adolescence age, which is a very important intervention program. So rural mental health program interventions, really question mark, because the professionals are available in urban settings, not in the rural. I can say not much. There is a lot of requirement in the rural India about the mental health intervention programs and human resource development. So there are so many ways to help the child, your child, to look after their mental health. Like we have to inculcate the coping skills in the child, and well-being we have to inculcate, and self-care activities also we have to introduce right from the day one of the after joining school, and autonomy, and also we have to explain about the importance of the relationships, and we have to practice ourselves the relaxation. We have to involve the child or adolescent in the relaxation techniques or practices or exercises. And play is a very important, which is missing piece nowadays because of the sedentary life. So which has to be exercised on a routine basis, and sleep, timely sleep pattern. I mean, normal biological rhythm of the sleep has to maintain, and we have to be role model. And talking is very important with adolescents. You cannot blame the education institution. You have to blame yourself, because a good education definitely begins at home, within the home itself. You cannot blame a school or institution for not nurturing the values in your child that you have not instilled before enrollment in the school. So the first 1,000 days definitely play a crucial, significant role in the child's future. So whatever the parents do, definitely the children will do or follow. So you cannot say without doing. So we have to do and we have to say. We have to be role models. So the current epidemic and pandemic problems, you can see that globally the screen and gadget addiction among the children as well as youth and adults, and the lack of physical activity, that is nothing but the sedentary life, which is causing so many problems. And eating habits also, like, no one is eating the organic food nowadays. Now, they started concentrating on organic foodstuffs. So the eating habits should be practiced among the adults and adolescents. And relationship issues also one of the epidemic and pandemic problems, I can say. Unemployment also. So other than pandemic, these are the problems which are epidemic as well as pandemic, which needs to be addressed. And please do not rely on Dr. Google. You may develop hypochondria, because it is one of the serious state of mind where a person blindly trusts the internet for the medical information and stops the treatment. This is a slide actually I want to convey. This is a right platform, I feel. So most of the people are suffering nowadays with this. And this slide also, I really like it. I want to post it to you. I have saved the life of 150 people by heart transplant surgery. If I had focused on preventive medicine earlier, I might have saved 150 million. The Christian Barnard, heart transplant surgeon. So what this his statement conveyed here is, instead of curative medicine, let us concentrate on the preventive medicine. I mean, primary level of prevention. That is very easy by health education and health education propagation among the general community, by the professionals, and also implementation of the policies strictly. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Participants, if you have any questions, please put in the chat box. Or you can ask anybody.
There is a program DMHP, NMHP under NRHM. Thank you, sir, for your valuable information. But there is a need to implement district mental health program in all the states, which are not implemented so far, like in Telangana. Please guide Principal Secretary of Med. Yes, that is true, because there are so many other problems. The government is focusing, like vaccination and maternal child health and all. As you said, the mental health is one of the national mental health program, which is very important in rural and tribal and India. So definitely this is one of the important drawback. But still, the government is doing its best in implementation at a grassroots level, at a primary health center, or urban primary health center, or a rural primary health center, PHCs, from the Anganwadi, Anganwadi workers or Asha workers from the basic line. Thank you so much for anything. Okay, could you please suggest the protective measures to be taken to wean infants and toddlers from screen dependency and delayed development? Yes, everyone is focusing on the screen nowadays. The parents are exposing themselves to the gadgets. How can the parents? How can you expect from the child to stop? I am observing most of the children are feeding. I mean, the parents are feeding the children by exposing to some kind of YouTube videos and all. So the gadget addiction definitely causes below 1 year of age, if the child is exposed to the gadget continuously, definitely there is a risk of development of autism spectrum disorder. 70% chances are there, ASD, or any other neurodevelopmental disability. Okay, so please de-addict the screen time. So you yourself first as an adult, then automatically, why don't you give the toys to the children instead of gadgets? Okay, So the old, conventional practice of parenting is missing. Everyone is giving parenting, but balanced parenting is a missing piece. Dieting, balanced dieting, like that. Parenting, balanced with parenting. So balanced parenting is nothing but it is including social, psychological, emotional, everything, physiological. Okay, thank you so much. I tried my best to convey from my part. Many speakers explained, earlier speakers explained in detail about so many concepts in detail. I learned many things from the earlier speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shivali to propose vote of thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Purnima Nagraja, our respected Principal, Professor C. Ganesh, and all the speakers. I'm Shivali. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank Dr. A. Jagdish on behalf of the Psychology Department of Osmania University. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Jagdish sir for his presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. Thank you, sir. It was a very enlightening session when you spoke about the effects on adolescents, young adults, and their families. Interesting facts such as how loss of smell and taste could affect our mind, and how how the amount of physical activity and the exposure to screen time affects our sleep cycle, and very interesting things we got to know about how screen exposure to antenatal mothers affects the infant. And thank you for speaking in depth about how social media affects our mental and physical health, and shedding light on the expectations of adolescents to be heard, to be listened to, and giving us knowledge about the warning signs that we have to watch out for, and speaking about social and laying emphasis on social, spiritual, and emotional competency. And the 3-step tool would be very useful for all of us, I think. Validation, appreciation, and reference. And empathy, mindfulness skills, and relaxation techniques, for laying emphasis on it. And thank you for also mentioning about the 3 R's that we all have to build: relationships, routines, and resilience. Thank you, sir, to take out time from your busy schedule to grace this event. Thank you so much. I extend my gratitude to Anupama ma'am, our HOD, and also Swati ma'am to organize this webinar. Thank you, everyone, once again.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so our next... One second, just give me a second. Is Shashidhar ready? Shashidhar, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah. So I request Shashidhar to introduce our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shashidhar, a postgraduate student from psychology from Osmania University. I take utmost privilege to introduce our speaker for this session, Dr. Sangeeta Goswami. Ma'am is a prominent psychologist in India and has an experience of 26 years in the field of counseling. In 2006, ma'am have established Mind India, an institute of positive mental health and research, and is currently the president of Mind India. She have also designed several courses to help the budding psychologists. Ma'am is also a research supervisor in University of Leeds, United Kingdom. She is an advisor for Assam State Corporation for Child Protection and Child Rights. Recognizing her contribution, she is also awarded the Distinguished Service Award in 2021. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable presence. I now request Dr. Sangeeta Goswami to take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. Will I be able to do, will you be able to allow me to share screen, please?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You can share the screen, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Psychology, Osmania University, for inviting me for this very important webinar that you're having for the students, as well as for members of different universities and colleges. Today my connection is a little weak, so if I go off, I'll reconnect myself. So please excuse me if that happens in between. Okay. I think we had a very important session, and Dr. has also laid down the foundation for me. So thank you very much, Dr. Jagdish, for this. All right. So since we have this for a long time, just, a few of you, if you can just put a video on, it will be nice for me to see a bit of faces because this particular session, the 1 hour sessions that I have with me, is more about understanding self. And prior to that, we got in about what needs to be done. And so maybe this will be more of a practical orientation as to what can be done by yourself. Okay. So I can see the donut. So can I have a few faces on some videos on please? So what I want all of you to do is that, just settle ourselves down, spread out your hand as you breathe in, and as you breathe out, bring your hands together. Can we do it twice, please? Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Yeah. So let's have a field check today. How are you feeling today? Which actually applies to you more? As happy, sad, angry, you can put it in the chat if you want to. And I'll be able to have a look at it, or maybe somebody else can also help me have a look at it. All right. You can just put it out there. Feeling today, happy, not anxious. What is it? Can I see somebody typing it out in the chat box? How are you feeling today? Happy? Yes, that's nice. Okay, so Shanti has given me emoticon. Yay! Yeah, of course, great fun that we're having here. Okay. Inquisitive, wonderful. So curious, are you? That's great. So usually that whenever we are talking about emotions, sometimes we do not label it. So I thought it would be a good practice to start out with that. Do you get angry? I'm sure everybody gets angry, is it not? No? What do you do when you're angry? Scream, shout, bang doors. Earlier, maybe, I also did that when I was, of course, younger, to bang doors and things like that. But we all get emotional. We all get angry. That's an emotion. And it is interesting because how Aristotle also said, so let me see, somebody has written something. Yes, okay, fun and fantastic. But then, yeah. So Aristotle said that anyone can become angry. That is easy. To be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose in the right way, that is not easy. I'm sure we all struggle with that. Why am I talking about anger? Because anger is something which is very, very prominent and very, recognized emotion. A lot of times we do talk about being sad or depressed and angry, but beyond that, sometimes we do not understand or we do not want to analyze what we are going through. How we information environment through the senses, right? In the environment, we have got all this kind of physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, social, and the spiritual of our lives, from which we are gathering this information. Prior to that, the previous session also, we talked about the environment, the relationship that we need to nurture. And we get all this information together for 5 senses. So whatever our feelings and assumptions are, the way we think about it, it is based upon our personal attitude and our belief system, what is happening in our life. So if I look at it, to the thoughts, our thoughts to an action, and an action is definitely reflected as behavior. Students from psychology will be able to definitely relate very quickly to this. Like, for example, today I had a lady coming into my clinic today, and she said that, I feel very upset because people do not recognize me, people do not acknowledge what I do, and I feel that every time they try to put me down. And we then try to see that she goes beyond her duty and her calling to do a lot of work for other people. Not that she's expecting a thank you or a please or something like that, but still, there is, and we all like to be appreciated and validated, right? As Dr. recently said. So we went on to reflect that, what is your belief system here? So the belief system was definitely like, I want to be liked by everybody. So we all have a different statements in our lives. So we recognized and understood that her belief system's statement was that everybody should like me. If that is so, what am I going to do? I'm going to be a people pleaser, and I am going to go beyond my calling to please others. So the thoughts are what? Because of the beliefs are that, nobody, I should not say no, because people will not like me otherwise. And how is it reflected in my action? In my action, it is reflected as I am not able to say no to any request. So behavior is requested, is reflected as I do anything and everything to help others because I lack that validation for myself. But in that bargain, what was happening to her? She was suffering because she was not feeling confident about herself. She gets irritated when people do not respond to her or recognize her. So maybe sometimes we need to understand that even when we are recognizing our emotions, where is it coming from? So we all know World Health Organization, what has been mentioned there. So WHO has said that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and now spiritual well-being has also been added, and not merely the absence of disease and infirmity. So we are talking more from the prevention perspective, and the last slide which was shown where the heart specialist said that could have done more for millions of people. And this prevention also started off when we talked about more from the COVID perspective. We understood that how important it has become for us to look after ourselves. So if I'm putting it through that, we do understand every day we go through myriads of emotions, from feeling bad, happy, irritated, angry, whatever. Any kind of stress has an impact on our overall, especially mental health, and more so with young people. At times, they are not able to rationalize or understand what I'm going through. Okay? But when these emotions disturb our everyday life to that extent that we are not able to function effectively, it's time to take charge. And this is what happened to us. We started taking charge of ourselves more so during COVID times. And what kind of impact was happening out there? COVID was very difficult for all of us. I think it was mainly for these three different stresses that was coming in. One was it was very ambiguous. It was open to different interpretations. We really did not know what it is about. And it was because it was so new and novel to any one of us. We were not very sure about what kind of experience we can fall back on. For example, if polio has come in or any other disease has come in, we would understood, okay, all right, we have that experience. We need to do this and this and this. These are the protocols which are there. But they are so unpredictable, and things, I think, we still have got, there's a lot of the misunderstanding about COVID also that is happening now. So I would like to stop here and ask all of you, can you just write down one feeling that you had during the COVID times? What has happened to you? Because we have all gone through different emotions. So if you can just write it in the chat, one feeling that you had during that time. It can be a feeling of helplessness, hopelessness, anything else. Fear, absolutely. Fear, panic. True. Fear, panic, scary, insecurity, plus anxious. So true. So true. What else did we find out there? Yeah. Anybody else who right now? Fear, panic, scary, anxious, and helplessness. Did any one of you, lose any family member, somebody close to you? No? I'm sure you must have done confused. Thank you so much for writing it down. That we had on health, COVID-19 health, as we mentioned, stress, it was overwhelming. We were feeling the fear for the virus, constant negative thoughts, whether grief. I'm sure some unexpected deaths have come out. Worried about what happened to my daughter if I have something. I think it's so very. I'm so sorry, Mary, you lost your best colleague in COVID. And yes, and it can be very, very traumatic. It very interestingly, when you're talking about grief and when you just mentioned that, we feel that time will heal grief. And most of the time, it is not so. It is basically what happens. We understand what grief is to some extent, and we start working around the grief to make our life more stable, to go back to the normal or the new normal. So the grief is something that we keep on healing ourselves, but sometimes it may just come in waves like for you, and it may just gulp you down. But that is a time we need to be aware, what am I feeling right now, and to seek help if needed. Feeling of hopelessness and feeling of helplessness, stress, no time for work-life balance. So most of us, I'm sure we went into the online mode as we are talking now, but disadvantages and disadvantages. The online mode also disrupted our work-life balance. We did not have any restrictions. The boundaries of work and life was just very, very limited. And it became a very thin line. So it was an extra effort for us to look after ourselves. A lot of people who were locked in houses, especially young people, they were all, some of them had this lockdown and they were just there in different cities. They were not able to come back to their homes. The lack of social engagement, all that was depression, bringing a lot of anxiety in young people. The lack of control, do I have anything in control? What is life about? So those were the kind of thoughts that was also happening to us. And very interestingly, about OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and we saw that increase because anyway, we were becoming very, very strict about cleanliness and the fear of the virus attacking. And so their issues became exaggerated. The death anxiety, just now, as one of our colleagues out here, our friend has just mentioned that, yes, what will happen to one of my family members, my daughters, my sons, all those people, who's going to look after them? And that the burnout because of the stress and the insecurity of job, insecurity of the environment, the financial challenges that we were able to go through. So all that was a huge culmination of different kind of feelings, thoughts, and emotions during that time. And we also did a lot because as we, we all are resilient people. And as a counseling psychologist, I always think that, what is going right with the person? What are the strengths the person has, which we can bank on and we can help themselves so that we are able to be more resilient. So this whole exercise after this will be more about the resilience part of it that I will be talking more on that. All right, friends. So let's do a small exercise out here. Imagine that you are stuck. I would like you to close your eyes and imagine you are stuck at the bottom of a bottle. Do not think about what it is your imagination. What kind of bottle do you want it to be? Bottom, long bottle, bulbous bottle, whatever bottle you want to think of, a cap, a fancy cap, closed cap, narrow cap, whatever it is. Take a moment, close your eyes, imagine that you are stuck at the bottom of that bottle. I will wait for a few seconds here while you imagine that. Okay. I'm sure you all must have tried to imagine. Did any one of you try to get out? How did you feel? How did you feel when you were in the bottle? Can you put it in the chat? How did you feel when you were in the bottle? How did you feel? You can put it in the chat. You can also unmute yourself. Arthi, if you want to speak, you can. Suffocated in the bottle, yes. Waiting to come out.
The bottle.
Yes. Were you able to come out? Were you able to come out of it? Yes, yeah. You were able to come out. Vinita was able to come out.
I didn't enter into the bottle.
Okay, I just felt the bottle to be quite heavy. Oh, wow. Trying to come out, broke the bottle easily and you came out, Bharti. All right, claustrophobic. That was a feeling. Was it difficult to come out of that bottle or was it easy for you to come out of that bottle? For some, maybe it was difficult. For some, it was, more so easy. But so where was this bottle? If I may ask, I could not come out, Khushi. Khushi, you could not come out. All right. No. But if I ask you, did I ask, just because I asked you to get into this bottle, you got into this bottle, number one. You pushed it. All right. The bottle was on the beach. The bottle was on the beach. Is it? And you went into that bottle. Was the bottle really in the beach? Where was this bottle? The bottle was here. The bottle was in our mind, right? And it was for us to get stuck or not get stuck. The bottle was the home during COVID. Yes, it was in our mind. And a lot of times, this is what happens. If you translate that bottle into a situation, is it not a similar kind of experience that we have out here? Where we feel that, oh, I'm stuck in that situation and I really cannot come out of it. But a lot of you were able to come out of it, number one. Maybe it was difficult for some, but you were able to come out of it, right? And secondly, because if it is in my mind, and if I feel that I am a resilient person, I have my strengths to come out of it. But a lot of times that we are not able to do so because we may not be emotionally as healthy as we are supposed to be. So if I look at it, what does an emotionally healthy person look like? You know, an emotionally healthy person will be able to handle positive relationship, make appropriate life choices, maintain physical and mental well-being, have a meaning and purpose in life. We'll talk more about all this. Laugh and have fun. I think we all need to do that. We need to laugh and have fun. We need to also, just burst out with enthusiasm at times. Life is not to be just stuck there. Then achieve work-life balance and to be confident and to develop high self-esteem. So those are some of the elements that you can look for, and you will understand, am I emotionally healthy from these different perspectives, right? So what are the red flags that you need to check on? I think the previous Dr. Jagdish has also mentioned a few red flags. So I will just like to add on to that to say that yes, inability to sleep, feeling of hopelessness and helplessness, poor concentration, use of substance use, and suicidal ideations and thoughts. Those will be definitely your red flags where you will be, at least we hope that you will be able to seek help there. So if you're understanding emotions, the more you're able to name it, the more you will be able to tame it. See, does it not happen at times with all of you that you may be feeling irritated in one of the days and somebody asks you, are you irritated? No, I'm not irritated. You're denying it. And then, after some time somebody also asks you again, then you say, no, I'm absolutely fine. But then, you get irritated and angry at some other reason, which is actually a very, futile reason, and you just bark at the wrong person, is it not? It is only because you did not recognize that emotion and acknowledge that emotion that you are actually not able to tame it. If you would have said, yes, I am a little irritated, maybe I'll talk to you after some time, then you have tamed it, all right? Stress, definitely, we know the stress can be good and bad, is it not? It is definitely the eustress and the distress that we know about, and I don't need to explain too much on that. But it is a physiological and psychological reaction that occurs when people perceive an imbalance in the demand and the supply part of it. So what are the different kinds of symptoms that we are reflected here? Physically, chest pain, headache, tummy upset, muscle tension, sweating, rapid heart rate, all that are the physical stuff that we see. Vis-a-vis to that, the behavior, it will be the disturbed sleep, not attending class. I don't want to, do anything. I'm procrastinating. I'm delaying in my projects and my seminars. Alcohol or substance use, caffeine use, it can be tea, coffee, anything. Anger, irritation, and distractions. So emotionally, a feeling of frustrated, confused, disoriented, all that will be the culmination of you feeling stress. So if I'm looking at the definition of positive well-being, because we are looking more at the prevention part of it, positive well-being is a state where you are feeling in control of yourself. You are able to make rational decisions in life. So rational decisions can be anything from a small decision as to how we are going to take the day to major decisions in your life. Be able to be in touch with feelings, able to form positive relationship, need not only be with your partners or girlfriends and boyfriends, it can be your parents, it can be your colleagues, it can be anybody else. And to feel good about our own self and to know how to look after our own self. I think this is very interesting because this is why we talk about the prevention part of it now. Yeah. So if you're looking at how we are looking at prevention, it comes from some of you may be aware of PERMA, which is coming from positive psychology. And PERMA talks about that we need to have, this is the model of happiness that we need to have. That P is positive emotion, then positive engagement, relationships, meaning, that we need to have a meaning in life, and we also need to have a sense of achievement for ourselves. So the awareness of karma can help you to increase your well-being by focusing on combinations of feeling good, living meaningfully, establishing supportive and friendly relationships, accomplishing goals, and being fully engaged in life. So that brings me to one question that I had in mind, which I wanted to ask you. How many of you take half an hour for yourself in a day, minimum half an hour for yourself in a day, without your mobile, without talking to anybody, without television or meeting people? How many of you? You can just say, or you can put a thumbs up or a me, whatever you would like to say, but I would like to have some hands raised out here. Minimum of half an hour. How many of you? 4 coming up. Yeah, good. So can I ask any one of you, what do you do during that time? That half an hour, how do you utilize that half an hour for yourself? You can unmute yourself and you can also talk about it. Yoga, meditation. Y'all are all fantastic people, huh? How many of us are doing meditation and yoga? Okay, I do yoga, but then it still takes me a bit of time to sit down and really meditate. But good, sit silently. I like that. Jyoti saying thinking pros and cons. Yeah. So Manasa, so can you tell me, one of the instances where you were able to think about it and come to a conclusion for yourself? Learning music, wow. So Dr. Swati, I think we must end with music today, huh? Meditation and talking to myself, yes. See, talking to yourself doesn't mean that you are a mad person, all right? We all need to do that. Sleeping, yeah, all right. So this is Urmil, very interesting. Sleeping is a good point, but sleeping is where you are not being absolutely very aware of that half an hour. So apart from sleeping, I would like you to utilize that half an hour for something else. So listening to music and of course, praying and thanking to God, that's nice. And if others, you have not been able to take that half an hour, please do so, because every day, so in your daily life, if you look at it, from morning to night, we are doing so many activities, and most of them is not for our own self, right? So we are, either it is kind of work for somebody, or you're doing your college work, no problem, yes. But at the same time, it's not entirely for ourselves. And we all deserve that half an hour minimum for ourselves. So in that, if you imagine to have that big cake in front of you, all right, don't you deserve that one small slice for yourself? And that is not being selfish. And that is what is called as self-compassion. That is called as self-kindness. Okay. So similar to the PERMA that we talked about, we have got another aspect which is called, it is called as Ikigai. You may be aware of it, but I would still like to talk about it a little bit. So Ikigai is a very beautiful way of looking at, I don't know why there are so many scratches all over my stuff. Somebody's doing something I don't know. Okay. So Ikigai is the Japanese way of life, which is a useful predictor to talk about the physical and the psychological balances. And it has got 4 elements in that. It tells you that, if the holistic way of looking at yourself is number 1, the first element is that you do what you love to do. So what you do now in your spare time that makes you happy. So I don't know why this screen has got, can anybody else see those red lines all over the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened. It's nothing from my end, but somebody may have scribbled something
on the screen, ma'am. Someone is writing on the screen. I request the host to kindly check that population.
Yes, please. Yeah. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to have a look at it. Yeah. All right. So the 4 elements of Ikigai that we talk about is that number 1 is that what do you do in a spare time that makes you happy? So that is why I asked you, how do you spend that half an hour for yourself? Then the second aspect is you do what you're good at. So understanding your skills, understanding your strengths become very important here to know what you can give back to the community or to the society. Third element is that do something that the world needs. So who and what you inspire, that becomes very important in life too. So it is not about, because we are a social animal, we are living in a community. So community well-being, because individual well-being can only be there if there's community well-being, is it not? So how we are going to contribute to the community well-being also needs to be thought about. And it also says that you need to do something that you are paid for. Usually, a lot of the spiritual way of looking at life does not talk about the financial aspect. But, this is a very pragmatic way to look at it. You can't, just think about being good on an empty stomach. So definitely you need to also see what services or product that you can offer so that you can get paid for. And the combination of all these 4 elements and the balance of all these 4 elements is called Ikigai. I came across another very important, and I don't know, this is a very beautiful picture, but it's all damaged by the red marks. But anyway, this is also what.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think if you stop the share screen and restart it again.
And then do it again? All right, let me try that then. Okay. But it was a very good way of looking at it, because what I was just about to talk about is kintsugi. And kintsugi talks about imperfection. So our slide being imperfect was also a beauty out there, that we were still able to go on in spite of that imperfection that was happening there. COVID also broke us in so many ways. It broke us physically, it broke us mentally, it broke us emotionally, it broke us spiritually. So a lot of life events happened, trauma happened. And when I came across kintsugi, I thought it was something very important for me to share, because I believe in that myself. Because that teaches you that all these broken places and the broken pieces that you have, it makes you stronger and better than ever before. When you think that you're broken, you can pick up these pieces, put them together, and see, they have done that with that pottery. And they always do it with gold leaves. They always join with gold. And they learn to embrace the cracks. And this is what we call as honor your imperfection. So honoring your resilience. And very interestingly, there is another person called Dr. Khaled, and he said that it is not only talking about resilience, it is going beyond resilience to talk about thriving, that you are doing so much better than what you were doing before the trauma happened. So this is something that will help you to move on, and for that, we surely need self-compassion. So a small exercise that I have here, which is more like a discussion that I have with you, is that suppose I give you a basket, all right? I give you this basket of self-care kit. And I say that just put in things that you want to keep for your self-care, which you can just pick up when you feel a little low and you can take it for yourself. What would you like to put in your self-care kit? It can be what? It can be reading a book. So you may have a book there. It can be books, pencils, wonderful. And can be a good friend. Oh, you're having a lot of stuff. There is a lot of emoticons have come in. No? So what else? What else would you like to keep there? Oil, warm water, salt, and family salt. So why salt? If I may ask, you can unmute yourself.
Actually, dipping your feet with salted water is believed to remove all kinds of negativities.
True. Yes. Oh, wonderful. And I just didn't relate salt to that. So thank you.
It's my pleasure.
I will definitely pick that up, and I will also state that for the next session, whenever I have it,
No, ma'am, but believe me, it really helps. It really helps.
It does.
And it is a time-tested thing. Thank you.
Absolutely. No. We also do it, but then, I did not related to put it in the self-care. I understood with the oil massage and warm oil and everything like that. Okay. So, Manasa, you said cactus plant. Why cactus plant? Why particularly cactus plant?
As per my knowledge, it was like rest of all the rose plants and all, they may survive for a few days or few months. But coming to the cactus plant, whatever the temperature conditions it may withstand like anything. So I just want to watch how it really going through that pain in and out, and how it trying level best to survive in those conditions when no one else is there.
Fantastic. It's a very beautiful thought. Thank you. No?
Thank you.
So your music list, painting. No, nobody wants any good friends around in your self-care kit? Yeah, all scented candles also. Yes, scented candles are wonderful. Books and rosary. Oh, nice. I think Angela David wants a good pair of shoes to walk. That's wonderful. And you know what, very interestingly, Angela, when you are walking, you actually increase your happy hormones. So this is a best way to go about it in your self-care. Yeah. Pets. I was waiting for pets to come in. Right? Thank you for indulging me. So you see, if I am looking at it, you have your self-care kit, and in this self-care kit, whenever you feel a little low, you can just pick up and choose which one you would like to do today, and you can do so. Is it not? Just to add on to your list, so this list is about self-compassion. So what do I mean by self-compassion? It means that we are accepting ourselves as we are, with our strengths and weaknesses, and we are trying to overcome our negative thoughts and feelings with our own strengths. And so it is important to acknowledge that we have got our strengths with us. So you can also put in a self-care kit positive thoughts. You can also put that too. Why not? So just to add on to what you were saying, these are certain things that you can also do in regard to self-compassion, to have a routine, a structure, but it also needs to be a flexible structure or a routine, because flexible routine is why important, because you may get very fixated otherwise to understanding one particular routine. And then you may again get into the spiral of, oh, I have not done as I wanted to. And to gradually increase your daily activities, not to go and do it all at once. We know that we need to regularize our sleep. I myself struggle with that. Then to explore our creativity by engaging in brain exercises, puzzles, and computer gaming. But of course, be careful about screen time. Then walking, vitamin D is very interesting. We are from warm country, but still, we are lacking in vitamin D. So staying connected, but again, to keep on watch on your social media, to identify your worry. Because once you identify, only then you will be able to understand that, do I need to work on it or not work on it? Then looking after another living being, I think we just saw cactus, we saw pets coming in. And most important is to visualize the best of you. Because a lot of times we do not do that. We wait for somebody else to acknowledge and validate us, right? Why can't I not say that I have done a good job today, good for me, and always pat on your own back to do so. And of course, to practice gratefulness and to smile. I don't think that we need any money to smile, because when you smile, you bring the smile onto somebody else too, hopefully. Okay. So friends, let's look at this one. you have given me a lot of pointers in your self-care kit. I want you to select minimum 2 of them from here, which you have not done earlier, and add it to your self-care kit. I'll just wait for a moment here. Then you can put it in the chat, or you can just unmute yourself and you can share. Okay, coloring work, puzzles. Learning music. Okay, talking to relatives. I'm sure that means Manase have got good relatives with you. That is why you want to learn new language. What do you want to learn? Chakri, yes, yes. What new language would you like to learn? Unmute yourself if you can.
French, ma'am, French.
Oh, wow. You must then say, Como vous appelez-vous? Je m'appelle Sangeeta. That, that's all I know about French. No?
Thank you, ma'am.
Writing a thank you note to someone. Yeah. Singing. Yes. Oh, wow. We are having a lot of budding singers, all creative arts. Yes. I recently was trying my hands on pottery. Oh, mandala art can be so meditative. I'm really happy that you have put in there. Looking at old albums, it's beautiful, right? To look at old albums, go back with my gadgets. Okay, you have quite a lot of stuff you have added on there, Aarti. Okay, okay, thank you so much, thank you. And yeah, this wellness plan, please keep in mind, because this is how we keep on moving and increasing our resilience to do so. I'm coming towards the last part, of one small, because we talked about meditation and we talked about mindfulness practice, and mindfulness practice can be very helpful. This is one technique that there are 2 techniques that I would like to show you now, which we can do it together, right? I'll stop sharing, and then I can come back to it. So if you can just put your videos on, it will be very beautiful to do it together. So some of you, at least if your bandwidth helps you, please put it on. So what we will do is that one technique is basically, it is the tapping technique, and most of you may know the tapping technique. If not, also it's fine. We will just go along with it. And whenever we feel a little anxiety, there's a little bit of panic in us, or if you see your friends going through it, that is the time you can do so. The second also is a mindfulness practice we'll do. So if you do the tapping technique, what you can do is that you suppose, you put your palm out like that, and you keep on tapping here. Can you do that, along with it? This tapping, yes. So you are going to use your fingertips and you keep on tapping. So what you need to do out here is that you start off with your temple first, you keep on tapping your temple. So, and when you are tapping it, you will tell yourself that I am okay, or you have your own mantra to do so. You may say that I am stronger, I feel more courageous, whatever is the thing that you would like to say for yourself, you can do so. So can you keep on tapping as I'm tapping? No? So while you're tapping, and then you tap over your eyebrow. So that is the next step that you're going to do. So usually it is good to do it from one part of the body, and then you go to the next part of your body. Yeah. And then you tap it under your eyes. You tap it here. Yeah. Once you keep on tapping it, you keep on saying that. And then once you finish with that, you go under your nose. You keep on tapping it here. Yeah, you're doing good. Then tap it under your chin, under your lower lips. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And then you tap it in your collarbone. It's under your collarbone that you tap it here. You keep on tapping in your collarbone. There is a dent on the near your collarbone. That is where you tap. Yeah. And then you tap it on your hand out here. And finally, you can tap it here. Yeah. And as you are doing it, you keep on telling yourself, I am okay. Yeah. Then take a deep breath, release it from your mouth. And this is how you end it. All right. So what this tapping technique is helping you to do? It's basically, it's a refocusing you to yourself. So whenever you are anxious, you are going all over the place, right? So we are trying to center you. So this is how you keep on centering yourself. The other technique that I would like to share with you is that, suppose you have got, something like, okay. So now imagine that you have got on your left hand, there is a very sweet smelling flower. So can you put your palms out like that? Yeah. And there is a sweet smelling flower out here. And there is a burning candle on your right, but it is not burning you. Okay. So if you see somebody who is panicking or who is very anxious, or if you feel also a little trouble for yourself, you can do the same. So what we will do is that when I'm smelling in, I'll smell very deeply when I'm breathing in, and I will feel that I'm smelling that beautiful flower. It can be any kind of flower that you like. It can be jasmine, it can be rose, it can be anything. And while you are blowing out, you blow it out forcefully. So we will do it twice now. Breathe in. And we breathe out. We breathe in again. And we breathe out. So again, that helps us to be very mindful of our breathing, and we are trying to again center ourselves. So these are some of the techniques that you can do to help yourself. Okay. All right. So I'm coming towards the end part of it. And yeah, it is like activating all parts of our body. And this is what we are doing. So understanding self and emotional well-being is more about looking after ourselves, giving ourselves that time, and helping ourselves to look forward to what we can do for ourselves. And it's basically to give us hope, right? With that note, I will just get into a few slides which are very self-explanatory, and it is more on the lighter mode. So we can come, we will have fun with those slides, all right? Yes, so we will have fun with those slides. So let's start. So I call it as the 15 points to positivity, 100%. So let's look at that. So number one is that you pursue achievable goals. Look at those beautiful pictures. All right. Number two, yes, keep smiling. Share with others. See, you reap more. Help out your friends. Look how beautifully the baby is helped. Maintain a youthful spirit. Yes, do not miss out on that. Nobody should grow old. Have a youthful spirit. Grow old in age, not in your mind. Get along with everyone. Keep cool under pressure. I wonder who is the hunter or the animal who is under pressure out here. Forgive others when they annoy you. Have a few good friends. I hope all of you have one or two good friends which you feel is a safe space for you to share. Yes, cooperate and reap greater rewards. Treasure every moment of life. Have confidence in yourself. This is what I call, you fake it till you make it. Respect everybody. You need to calculate the risk of life. And the last one is that please do not forget to relax. So with that note, I thank you very much, and I conclude out here. Thank you so much. You have to.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Participants, anybody has any questions, please post in the chat box. I'm sure you'll have questions. That was a very interactive and very fun session, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Manasa.
Okay, I think all questions were answered within the session itself. Yeah. So I request Anisha.
Thank you.
Anisha, are you around?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I request Anisha to propose vote of thanks.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Anisha Raghunathan, a postgraduate student of psychology at Osmania University. And on behalf of everyone present here, I would like to extend my deepest and heartfelt gratitude to you, Dr. Sangeeta Goswami, ma'am, for enlightening us on the importance of emotional stability and taking care of our own self, especially during tough times like these. Also, I strongly believe that life doesn't happen to us, but life happens through us. And ma'am has beautifully shown here how our beliefs and our emotional, mental states affect the way we view the world around us. Also, life is neutral as it is, and it's our own beliefs and thoughts that make it look like it's good or bad, positive or negative. Also, I loved the way that ma'am made us do little exercises throughout, and you made it really interactive. Also, even before starting the whole session, you asked us to do a little breathing exercise. And the whole session was fun, ma'am. You made it really relaxing and interactive. You yes, ma'am. You asked us to talk about our feelings in the chat section. Also, you gave us a lot of practical tools throughout. So once again, thank you so much, ma'am. Also, to all the other lecturers, non-teaching staff, and students, and everyone who worked behind the scenes to make this an event a success, thank you so much. Also, special thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Purnima Nagaraja, guest of honor, Professor C. Ganesh, and our beloved ma'ams, Dr. P. Swati ma'am, who was the seminar director for this. Also, Dr. Anupama ma'am, the HOD of Department of Psychology at Osmania University. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate what you have told. And Dr. Vidita, thank you so much. It takes double effort post-lunch, of course, but it has been such a wonderful audience, so I did not have to take too much of an effort. A pleasure to meet all of you, and we hope to meet you again. And thank you again for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll take your leave now. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Swati ma'am. Swati ma'am.
Deepti, are you able to hear me?
Yes, now I'm able to hear you, ma'am.
Yeah. Just project the slide, Dr. Chan's slide. She'll be joining, okay? She already joined, but again, she has gone. I'll just call her, okay?
Yeah. Meanwhile, I request Niharika.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, Niharika. As soon as ma'am joins, you please be ready with the introduction, okay?
Sure, ma'am.
We will start the session as soon as ma'am is ready. Thank you.
Deepti?
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can ask the student to introduce the speaker. She is already there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah. Now I request Niharika, I'm a final year student, to introduce our speaker for today. Niharika?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I think
Good
Niharika
afternoon, ma'am. Yes. Niharika, are you ready?
Ma'am, my
It's
camera
okay.
is...
It's okay. You speak without the camera. It's all right.
Sure, ma'am. So, good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Niharika Naik, MA Psychology, final year. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, Dr. Chand Trehan, founder of CareNorth, Psychological Counseling and Training Center. Dr. Chand Trehan is a prominent psychologist, PhD in psychology from Punjabi University, Patiala. She provides a variety of counseling services ranging from adolescence counseling. She also a prominent educationist and engaged in teaching psychology in colleges. Dr. Trehan is a trainer and conducts various training programs for stress management for students in college and also in schools. She provides stress managing sessions also. I request Dr. Chand Trehan to enlighten us about the coping with the mental health during post-pandemic. Over to ma'am.
Thank you, Niharika. A very good afternoon to one and all. And on the onset, I'm very grateful to the organizers, especially Dr. Swati, to have invited me here to be on the same platform where I believe a lot of students and psychologists are there. And today we are deliberating on coping with our health, our mental health post-COVID time. Now, I wonder if it is post-COVID time or we are still in it. But however, it's, I think, time to introspect that where has life brought us. So only thing I want to clarify from all of you is that you are comfortable in English or Hindi or you want to mix. Can somebody tell me?
Ma'am, English would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So before I start my presentation, I do want to, take you down my memory lane when COVID struck. I was in Chicago in USA, and one fine day, it came in the news that there's something happening in China. So we just looked into it, and yes, there's so many deaths happening, and it went on and on like that. And it was like a story for us. Oh, got to see China, what's happening now? And suddenly, on the BBC News, they showed the whole world map, and they showed China locked down in red covered. So for a minute, we took it again like a story that, okay, we are looking at the map and one country has got stalled or is like now cut off from the rest of the world. And then my sister told me, she's also in States, and she says, it's time that you got back because the countries are getting locked down. Then Europe got locked down. So we saw another red patch, also a country locked down. So I just laughed at her and I said, how can countries be locked? There can be no lockdown. How can you not go to your own country? So I'm not going anywhere. I'm sitting in America. And believe me, within a month, we saw all the borders getting sealed. And it was so scary because suddenly you saw red patches on the screen, and then you saw the sirens happening around your colony and the doors being closed, and everybody's talking about COVID, and we actually did not know what COVID was. And then they says, okay, it's an infection, and the countries have got locked down. And then we saw India also sealing its border, and then it said nobody can travel anywhere. Believe me, that was one time when actually, I thought I'm hallucinating. And I'm sure you would also feel the same if you were in my position there. And then we started frantically trying to, ask the airlines, and the airlines blocked their phones. And then there was no interaction with anybody, and country lockdown means country lockdown. And then so we came to a point when we reconciled that now we cannot leave America.
And then one fine day, we get a message, don't go out anywhere, keep yourself in your flat, because there is somebody in the next flat who's got COVID. So after some time, the fear, what came to my mind was, I felt as if a big demon, a human is there who's COVID, and he's going to be outside the door if I open the door. That was the level of fear. And when we would go to the market, we would wear a PPE kit, and we would get the groceries, and we would leave the grocery in the car for 2 days. And then we would get the grocery up on the flat on the 7th floor, and we leave it outside in the balcony, and it was snowing there in Chicago. And then the 3rd day we would get the grocery in, and then we would wash it. And the panic was so much that we even were washing our vegetables and our fruit with soap. So that was the beginning of COVID for me. And I'm sure, as you all would be, reliving my story, you would also go back the memory lane. Yes, COVID was that scary. And then I just want to know if you all can hear me. Please put a yes on the chat box. And can I be allowed to please share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
So thinking about it like that, that was COVID, and that's the beginning of COVID, right? And today when I'm looking back, it again looks like a story, right? Because we all have been vaccinated, we all have been given a booster dose, and today we feel much stronger mentally and physically. And we said COVID came, COVID went, and oh, I just got a little cough, and I just got a little cold. But then there is more to it, because there's so much happening in us. When we get an attack of COVID, so much has happened in our body. Now, when we get the second attack, again, so much has happened. And now after the booster dose, we may be passing through the COVID virus, or the virus is passing through us. I don't know which one is stronger. Am I the COVID virus, or the virus is the COVID virus? However, somewhere down the line, it is still there. And the fear is also there. So we got to understand, I still have to cope with the mental health post-COVID times. And I would really say, I'm not saying it's post-COVID time. Actually, we are still in the COVID times, as far as I'm concerned, because now also I see the masks coming on and off. I'm speaking to you from Chandigarh, and just recently, again, it was announced that everybody should wear a mask when you're going to public places. So the fear is lurking, and the cases are fewer, but they are very, very serious. And we are hearing of so many sudden heart attacks. And then a WhatsApp message comes that somebody in Japan did, I don't know how far it's true or not. I won't be the authority on it, but the WhatsApp message said that because of COVID, there are blood clots in the body, and that is why we are having so many heart attack cases coming up post-COVID time. So this is the base for our COVID. And this is how we are, whether we are doing it physically or not, but being psychologists, we all understand we are doing like this mentally sometime or the other. And also, I think the previous speaker had shared a beautiful session with you people, and I was enjoying the last 10 minutes that I was there. So she laid a beautiful platform for all of us. However, I will now talk about certain things which hit me when I was trying to get things ready for you guys. The urgent issues, both SARS, COVID-2 and COVID-19 pandemic, have significantly affected the mental health of adults and children. For children also, like I felt when I was in that flat, and I felt, oh my God, can't step out of the door. And I actually visualize a demon standing outside the door. I think the children who fantasize so much, I am sure they also would be thinking that COVID is a human being, an alien, somebody who is very scary and outside. Because every time we say, wear a mask, be careful, don't touch this, sanitize your hands, we are only instilling fear in them. Our fear is genuine, but we pass it on to the next generation. In 2021 study, nearly half of the Americans surveyed reported recent symptoms of anxiety or depressive disorders, which we all know is now so common. And 10% of the respondents felt that their mental health needs were not being met. Reason being, we hardly have counselors. Let's look down and let's look at our surroundings. How many really working counselors are there? How many chambers are there which are saying, come, I'll help you out? How many people are really actually helping anybody out? So rates of anxiety, depression, and substance abuse disorder has really increased. And this I'm talking about America. I would say the same for India. In fact, I'm working at Bahara Hospital. I'm the director psychological services there. And day in and day out, I'm getting cases where the youngsters, the youth, suffering from depression, suffering from anxiety disorders, panic attacks, and there's a loss of identity actually. So they really don't know whether they are capable or they are incapable human beings to face the today. Most publications on COVID-19 and mental health have emphasized the individual's reaction to the pandemic in such as anxiety, stress, and conditions. Here, I would also like to share with you, my son was in UK when COVID-19 struck, and he was isolated for 3 months in one room because Europe was hit very badly. And by the time I met him after 3 months, I found him away from normal. He was like on the tender string of feeling that everybody around him is going to die, whether it's parents or relatives or anybody. That was the level of fear that he had. Finally, when I got him from Europe to India, and we also came from America to India, after 6 months in July sometime, he was a scared soul. He was not a normal soul. And he would not move out from our room. He would be connected and collected with the people around because everywhere he felt he's going to lose someone. Because that was the news of so many deaths, mass burials, mass bodies. Now, once one gets COVID, what actually happens? There is something known as the brain fog. This was something so interesting. The cognitive and attention deficits, anxiety and depression, psychosis symptoms are on the increase. Seizures are on the increase. Suicidal behavior, because they feel that they cannot cope up. So all these data suggest that people are more likely to develop mental illness or disorders in the months following infection, including symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Earlier, we did not, the real serious increase in the graph is very, 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 I would say now prominent when we talk about mental health post-COVID-19. In fact, all the organizations today are talking about getting counselors on board, be it be school, be it be process, be it be hospitals, be it be educational institutes, everywhere. And the sad part of the whole story, we don't have ready counselors. We don't have trained counselors. We have students of psychology, and I believe here also on the platform, there are a lot of students of psychology. I would definitely want to request you that if you really want to get into counseling, then I would want you to be the best counselor. So try and take up internship courses on skill building on counseling. Just getting a degree does not make us a counselor. So we have to be a counselor in and out. Now, before I go ahead, I would want you to put in the chat box the fears you faced when COVID struck. What were the fears that you felt impacted your life, impacted you? So as you're writing, Can you all see it? Can somebody unmute and tell me if you can?
Because lot of uncertainty, ma'am, about what is going to happen and how things would go on, right from your day-to-day groceries to whether you will be alive or not, whether your family members will be living or not. And seeing
Yeah,
so many
true.
deaths around us was very, very traumatic.
It was so traumatic. And then at the end of it, I mean, today, has something changed in you, in your personality? Is something which you can all type? Where do you think your personality has changed?
Ma'am, actually, I'm Mary from Bangalore. Ma'am, actually, I heard people after they're taking booster dose also, they got COVID back. That was really which shook me this year. This end of 2021, that really shook me after taking 2 vaccines of COVID and booster dose. And after that, again, that COVID came now, that is really shook me. Then what is the cure for this disease?
True. So, you know, these kind of news really shake us, and we actually start feeling that are we actually vulnerable? Are we still vulnerable? Is something more going to come? So that fear of uncertainty is there. And all of us are apprehensive somebody's return is right. Because after all, you know, we want to live a healthy life. We want to be happy. And we never thought that such a thing would ever come. So when this has come in our lifetime, we fear. The fear of the unknown persists for the other illnesses which may come just because of this. Now, here, a lot of people suffered, but who suffered more? Mothers and pregnant women, people with financial or housing insecurity, children, people with disabilities, people with pre-existing mental illnesses or substance abuse, healthcare workers. People who belong to more than one of these groups may be at even greater risk for mental illness. COVID-19 virus has been estimated to have infected more 2 billion people worldwide. While the severe acute respiratory syndrome, you know, what is happening? Even today, if you see, the respiratory system is disturbed. Even if we are getting sore throat, the fear, it may be COVID, is there. And actually, when it is tested positive, we say, okay, we've got a dose, we'll be all right. But then the cough persists for a very long time. And then the fear of uncertainty, what is happening in my body. So down the line, somewhere in the subconscious mind, the fear is lurking. Now, what is actually the scary part? As students of psychology, we got to understand the scary part is that we have to understand a fear which is continuously persisting can become a disorder. Don't you agree with me? So here we got to now start working on ourselves mentally and help people cope up with the mental stress. Brain fog caught my attention today is a constellation of indistinct neurocognitive symptoms encompassing inattention, mental fatigue, word finding difficulty, and memory impairment. So these are the 4 very, very prominent symptoms that we can see. Doctors use the term long COVID or post-COVID-19 to describe these symptoms. Post-COVID-19 syndrome also include brain fog, but fatigue, muscle pain, shortness of breath, smell and taste problems, sore throat, high temperature, loss of appetite, dizziness. So these are some symptoms that we got to keep in mind when we are talking about post-COVID time. Typical symptoms include concentration difficulties, I mean, why I'm showing you all this is that I want you to connect yourself with it also. That is it not happening with you? How are you going to be coping up with it? And how are you going to be helping people cope up with it? Being psychologists or budding counselors or budding psychotherapists, empathy is one thing, which is a basic. And if I have empathy, I can really do wonders for other people. So it's very important that as today I have a chance to talk to you all, and you are students of psychology, I would want you not to focus too much on the illness, rather focus on the redressal of the illness. Don't look at the TV where it's showing how many people died. Think and see programs which are going to show you how to live positive, how to inculcate positivity in spite of all the challenges. So COVID-19 induced brain fog affects people differently. Many people recover within a few days, and others may continue for a number of months. You could have a long-lasting brain fog even if you had mild COVID-19 symptoms. This is something which is worrying. So in a study, 81% of COVID-19 survivors have impairment in at least one cognitive domain after 3 months of being discharged from the hospital. In a meta-analysis looking at both hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients, 22 and 32% developed cognitive impairment and chronic fatigue, respectively. So, keeping everything in mind, we got to understand that the treatment for post-COVID-19 symptoms or syndrome generally necessitates a multidisciplinary approach involving symptoms monitoring, physical rehabilitation, and social support. Our previous speaker gave beautiful, beautiful tips, and I just love the music part, and I just love the interaction part, and I love the little diary she wanted you all to make, where what kind of activities would you do. So we've covered a lot of things like that. But again, I'm reminding you of a few things which should make you take it seriously. And when we get angry at somebody that, oh, he's forgetful, oh, he has memory problem, or he's not paying attention, or there's so much of confusion in what he talks and what he does, there's a lack of motivation, or the person is easily distracted, please keep in mind that maybe our friend COVID has a share to play. So empathy would help you look after a lot of people and get them into positivity. So it's a very simple statement they've given. There is no individual treatment for COVID-19 brain fog. However, medications are there to control the symptoms, but then there are so many other ways in which we can help a patient who's got this COVID-19 brain fog, and where it is very well advocated, like we always otherwise also said, maintain healthy lifestyle. These are general things we always talk about. Have less of alcohol, don't smoke, reduce your caffeine intake. This we say generally for our good health also. However, now we got to be extra particular. Stress during an infectious disease outbreak can include fear and worry about your own health and the worry about the other people, which you have seen. And you have gone through that phase yourself. So the slides are very well explained, but we have lots to cover, and I would like to move a little ahead because this is something which we're going to be really focusing on. We have stress. Everybody has stress some way or the other. The good stress, as you all know, the use stress is good because it needs you to make you work, make you do something to achieve something. Use stress is good. But when the use stress makes it difficult for you not to sleep, makes it difficult for you to interact with people, makes it difficult for you to be comfortable, it becomes distress. And that stress is bad stress, I always call it. So when we have a stress for a long time and it has started interfering with our life, which actually post-COVID time, you see that long duration of this 2.5 years actually has been common for all of us. We all have a way of handling it, but some of us gave up. Some of us are still fighting. Some of us are cheerful, and feel that we take it in our stride and we help ourselves and we help others. But we have to understand that if the stress lasts a long time, a condition known as chronic stress, those high alert changes become harmful rather than helpful. Stress clearly promotes higher level of inflammation, which is thought to contribute to many diseases of aging. And it is directly linked to diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, arthritis, and so on and so on and so on. So I would say that stress, too much of it, has actually, we have seen it in the area around us. What has happened? So many psychosomatic disorders have also come up, isn't it? So we have got to understand, we got to help ourselves and we got to help
Deepti, is Madam stuck or you are able to hear?
Yeah, no,
No,
I
ma'am,
think
I
it's
think we
stuck.
lost the voice.
I think she
I'll
lost
just leave
them.
a message to her. Yeah, to rejoin. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
I like sharing the tips on mentally challenged people, and the study also excluded those who doesn't have sufficient command in English, and also
Deepti, ma'am is rejoining.
Yeah,
Just wait
I've
for
joined.
2 seconds.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
ma'am. Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry, but I think there's some connection because it showed no connection suddenly.
No problem, ma'am. It happens.
But so far it's
online.
good. I mean, you all can hear and see everything, so it's fine.
Yes, yes. No issues. Fine. Thank you.
So before I was just thinking that when we are talking about, just one second. So before we are talking about how really going to cope up with stress, let's see how many of you can give me some ideas. You can put it in the chat box. How can we cope up with, how to cope up with stress? I haven't got any ideas yet. Exercise, very good. Radha, very nice. What else? Spend quality time with loved one, talk and laugh. Okay, good. A quick walk, develop a hobby. Somebody said develop a hobby. Very good idea, because this is something where, which I feel a lot of people lack, because they don't take it seriously. But developing as a hobby is a beautiful way of de-stressing. Sharing with near and dear ones, it's a wonderful idea. But then how many of us actually ventilate? So we got to learn to be communicating with others. Gardening, yes, it's a very beautiful hobby, because you grow with the plants, you talk to the plants, they are happy and so are you. Pause and reflect with one's existence. Yeah, that's philosophical, because I am stressed and I think in life I'm already in a state of pause, and I need to reflect. Why am I stressed? Dance. Yes, Anisha, wonderful. I actually believe a lot in music therapy, and I also feel that somewhere in the house, meditation, yes, it takes a lot of determination. Somewhere in the house, the music should always be playing throughout the day. Journaling, yes, you got to be in a mood to write. Finishing tasks before deadline is a stress itself. Vinyl, yes. But yes, it keeps a lot of stress in check. Away from social media, which is giving you negative information. Cooking, yes, is a beautiful one. Drink water, distance from stressor. Wonderful, wonderful. All of you are giving such beautiful ideas, and let's see how many, what ideas I have for you all, guys. The first thing I would say, change your attitude. Because find other ways to think about stressful situation. Life is 10% of what happens to us. Harisha, hi, and 90% how we react to it. So this is, I think, the key to living a stress-free life. Life is 10% of what happens to us, and 90% how we react to it. So basically, when ma'am was also telling you, the previous speaker, about mindfulness, I also would endorse here and now is actually what matters. Start learning to focus, start learning to practice mindfulness. Somebody said meditation. Yes, meditation is very important, but what is meditation? Again, mindfulness. So when we practice mindfulness, we learn to let go a lot of negativity, and we learn to live the present, and a present is always a present. The future, we actually can only plan but cannot do much about it. The past has already happened. We can't do anything about it. It is only the present which needs to be celebrated. So, be realistic. This is something very important, because usually what happens is we set goals, and we set goals for an expectation goal levels also for other people and ourselves, which we cannot achieve. So all
Ma'am, I think it's stuck again. I request all the participants to just wait for a while. We're trying to get back the connection. Thank you.
So I again have to say sorry for it, but then I guess today is a day of examination for me too. So am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now it's important that get organized and take charge. That's important. But then again, we got to understand what are the realistic goals. What has happened in the past is past. Today is the present. How much can I salvage and start working on it from now? We had also talked about me time, and me time is something which, again, like somebody had mentioned, hobby. Now here is me time. Me time is spend at least 5 minutes for yourself. And how many of you actually spend that 5 minutes for yourself? Just raise your hand. I'll be able to see it. How many of us? Actual me time. Great. Great. So when we are spending me time, we also realize that's a time when we can introspect, we can take a grip of what's happening with us and how we can actually make things good for ourselves, isn't it? So please keep the me time up, and many people are still not doing it. Let's start doing it from today. Regular exercise, somebody put in the chat box, so true. But then do we really do any regular exercise? Is something, again, we got to deliberate on. How many of us do regular exercise? The hand up is still up. Good. Get a hobby we talked about. And here is something which is very important. So very happy, Tejaswini, Radha, I can see Mary, very nice. But here is a cue for everybody to see. We got to slow down. Slow down what? Slow down our jet speed. We think we can create wonders, but then again, connected to the realistic goals, how much can we do? How much time do I have? What is my potential? What is exactly that I want? This all should be connected and not working independent of each other. So know your limits, cut down, and the number of things you can try every minute, and probably make a realistic goal so that you have no problem. Laugh and use humor. If I ask you, if you raise your hand, I'm sure 50% of us are not going to raise our hand for laughter because we have forgotten to laugh. Humor, we have forgotten because the subconscious mind is so much into The fear that we have got embedded in us now, that somewhere these things are missing. So now we have to make a deliberate effort to laugh, to use humor. Humor can be used even in workplace. Humor can be also used in the most serious situation also, because that heals, and that is something which can be learned. So we got to start working on this part of our personality: laughter, smile, and humor. So I would definitely, I wish I get a chance to talk to you all after about a month, to ask you that how many of you actually started using laughter as a laughter therapy to get better post-COVID time. Learn to relax. Now, relaxation, beautiful. Somebody said gardening. Somebody said cooking. Somebody said dancing. Somebody said music. Learn to relax is also learning, which we got to start working on. When I say go for yoga, when I say go for meditation, I'm going to do it as a task. But when I do something as a task, it does not get me the comfort. It does not get me the relaxation I was actually looking for. It is just the base of something which I'm working towards. So we got to understand that we got to even do yoga and meditation with a purpose. And some quiet time, that is my me time, where I want nobody. And I usually tell people that me time is take a cup of coffee, sit alone, look at nature, admire nature, and just think of nothing, just look at the nature and admire nature. That's such a beautiful way of getting out of any kind of post-COVID time stress. Relaxation exercises, I would want you all to look into the Google Baba also, because Google Baba, I think, is very helpful. You know, Google Baba has beautiful videos on deep breathing. Like I believe the last speaker made you do the breathing exercise, which I had thought I will do it with you all. But then you've already done it. But I would want you to look into Google Baba, because it has this deep breathing exercises on the YouTube, and it is properly saying, like, you know, inhale, exhale, it tells you to stop. So it makes you practice in a systematic manner and take it down, keep it on your laptop whenever you are stressed. Just follow that 5 minutes little routine and you will see you'll be out of it. Visualization, what we see, we believe. Look at this little picture there. For 2 minutes, don't listen to what I'm saying. Look into that water. Wow, this looks like Maldives. Look at that beautiful mountain with green trees. Look at the sky blue water, the royal blue water, the white sand. I am taking a mini vacation in Maldives. Wow, it's just beautiful. Lovely breeze, so beautiful. I can see the dolphin and a mermaid far away. So this is a mini vacation I made you do just for a minute. I'm just giving you an idea. So see a beautiful picture, see the nature, and lose yourself in that. Thinking these thoughts like I put it just now for you guys. It was very short and crisp because of the time factor, but otherwise this mini vacation, creative visualization is something which can really, really soothe your taut nerves. Muscle relaxation is again we all know about it, it's a therapy, but this is very, very effective. Again, I would want you to do it with Google Baba, the muscle relaxation therapy. And you will feel that the stress will just move out and you will feel so much better. Can you all see the screen? Just
Yes,
focus on the flowers.
Ma'am, the screen has this suggestions for reducing stress. If you can full screen it.
Okay, then I'll have to just exit for a minute and I'll put it from there. Just give me a second. Is it showing now?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to show another one.
The parents are only.
This is what happens when we are stressed. So these are a few things that I wanted to share with you. And now I would want want you to ask me questions in the chat box.
Anyone has any questions? Please.
So then we can go ahead. So you've got an idea of this creative visualization. And now we're talking about the relaxation exercises. I told you, like when you are all these things, what I'm showing you, you can get it from YouTube and Google. Download them, put them on your laptop, and take a mini vacation. This is very de-stressing. Think of situations which are very pleasant. And like I said, we are going to avoid looking at negative things and avoid imagining negative things. And this is what we got to teach others also. So in brief, take break from news stories like we discussed. Take care of your body, which is very important. So physical health, we've already done. Eat healthy, get enough sleep. Post-COVID time, a very, very common thing which is now being seen, that people don't feel sleepy, they can't sleep well at night. And a lot of people are suffering from insomnia. So we got to work on that also. So sometime not sleeping or sleeping late becomes a habit, and we got to break that. So we have to make a deliberate effort to heal ourselves. Move more and sit less. The more activity you do, the more your body gets tired, the more it relaxes and more it stays longer and stays healthy. Intake of, we always talk about alcohol and substance abuse, be careful of that, but drink plenty of water, because we know 70% of our body is made of water. So this also post-COVID time, we've seen a lot of people now avoiding it. The fear again, that earlier, if you remember, touching a glass also will get me coronavirus. That's what we used to think. And now also sometimes I come across people, especially the ones who are not very literate. They are so scared that the whole day goes without drinking water. And then so many other ailments, which are actually the result of mismanagement of our health, come up. Take time to unwind. Like somebody had talked, even in the previous session, you were all talking. She asked you particularly, don't you want to talk to friends? I would want you to introspect. The reality is that most of us are now with less friends, because the friends have all gone away, all probably in their own orbits of thinking and introspecting and not being social anymore. And we are left with a very few. And we human beings are social beings, and we do need somebody to ventilate, somebody to talk to, somebody to connect. And that's important, that make a deliberate effort and make friends. So with this, I am going to stop the sharing of the screen, but I'm open to questions, and I would want you, you can unmute yourself and ask me, or you can put. We need to accept the fact, yes. Somebody said, which kind of sleep makes us very healthy? More light sleep or more deep sleep? See, when you're sleeping, I will not say the whole sleep is light sleep or it's all is deep sleep, right? There are phases in the sleep pattern also. So we need a combination of both. And a cat nap in the afternoon is a must. The 30 minutes cat nap in the afternoon is very important for good health. So just sleep the 30 minutes and then you're ready for next 8 hours. And the night sleep should be definitely uninterrupted 7 hours. 6 is also okay if you had that half an hour cat nap in the afternoon. We need to accept the fact that no one can have a perfect self, true, but we can try to be healthy, try to be having a perfect self, and also try to, then he said, we get to develop humility within ourselves to be open to new experiences. More than humility, it is the acceptance that I'm willing to learn. In fact, all our life, we should be willing to learn. Even at my age today, I'm still learning, because there's so much in the world, and every minute can be an experience of learning. And every learning gives us a healthier and a happier life. So that's what we got to focus on. More questions, please? Any
more questions?
So I think most of us are going to be introspecting and
yes,
looking into the YouTube for good videos. There are beautiful videos for creative visualization you must download. I have so many on my laptop. And when I feel that the stress is now overpowering me, I say, okay, mindfulness, forget everything. Let me focus on these videos. And then I'm in a mini vacation. So that's beautiful. And you come back with a bounce. And again, you're ready to face any stress in the world.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I think
welcome,
as
dear,
you
welcome
have
so
mentioned,
much. I'm so sorry for the 2 times that the connection went, but then we are having this network issues in Punjab.
We need to accept these things also as part of the life whenever we go online.
True.
Even like generally from Assam also, generally we'll have those internet deviations.
Yeah, North we have a lot of problem, because here also, and at times when I'm in Jammu Kashmir also, when I'm interacting, I get a lot of these kind of connection issues. So, but God willing, we are going to improve.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I think we need to grow, we need to understand, and learning is an uninterrupted thing, as you have just mentioned. Every day we are learning from different factors, different situations. We are evolving. It's not like a perfect personality has turned up. So I think we need to adjust to the situations. We need to evolve as we are learning from the experiences. I think your session will definitely help all our participants in order to introspect, analyze, and then gear up for a better personalities. Thanks, ma'am. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Professor Chand, Anupama here. I hope you remember me.
Yeah, I just saw you on screen and I just love the smile and I remembered you connected so well. So lovely.
So it's lovely to see you again. And
Happy New Year. It's actually a Happy New Year for all of us. And when I see you, it makes it happier.
Thank you, ma'am. It really a pleasure to have you. And after a long time, I'm hearing your sessions. I know how much we have benefited from your advices, inputs, and all of that during our suction programs and even with the.
I mean, I really miss the suction programs, and I keep telling them I wish you had taken the when they were.
I know. Rounds. I know. Anyway, ma'am, it's
but so lovely, and at least the heart is everywhere in the country, and all the suction people are connected off and on. But I'm happy to this thing. But do connect. I'm leaving my phone number here on the screen. So I'll request you to give me a WhatsApp hi so that we stay connected.
Sure,
and all the very best to everybody who's here. And God bless everyone post-COVID time. Let's all stand up and fight for happiness in the world. Together we can achieve the best.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's truly inspiring to be with you. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And from our department, Osmania University, we are very happy to have you with us today.
Thank you so much. God bless. And thank you for inviting me. Lovely connecting. God bless everyone. Take care.
Deepti, continue.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, ma'am. We would like to end the session with a formal vote of thanks. Muskan, of our first year student, will propose vote of thanks. Muskan?
Good evening to everyone present here. My name is Muskan and I'm a postgraduate student at Osmania University. And I'm so very honored to extend a vote of thanks to Dr. Chandrayan ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for conducting such a wonderful session on coping with mental health during the post-COVID times. It was such a resourceful and helpful session to know about all the things that we can undertake to reduce our stress levels and how it's so important to be positive and to fight even in the most toughest of times, especially during those times. And COVID, as everyone knows, was a very tough time for everyone. And thank you so much for talking about the importance of bringing laughter, smile, and humor into our personality. I think that's very important. Not just saying that because my name is Muskan. And I would also like to thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Purnima Nagraja, and Guest of Honor, Professor C. Ganesh, for gracing us with their presence today. And finally, I would also like to thank our faculty, Dr. P. Swati ma'am and Dr. A. Anupama ma'am, our HOD, for putting this whole seminar together for all of us. And also, I would like to thank all the participants for giving their time and listening to all the sessions that have been conducted today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All the very best. So kind of you once again. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Swati. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
So dear participants, I think with this session, we are closing the day. And tomorrow again by 9:45, I request all of you to be part of the program, and 2 days attendance to get the certificate is compulsory. And here, more than the certificate, I think definitely from morning till this moment, I think we are learning a lot. We are experiencing certain things. We are reminiscing certain things. So I think coming together to learn something and get some positive distraction from our routine life, that is also important. So this create that, try to learn this awareness and then spread to the people about whatever you have learned and also try to implement it. It looks like all the participants, most of them have followed the decorum of the program and you maintained all the norms without much disturbances except 1 or 2. I think this is much needed. So very disciplined audience. And I thank our Dr. Anupama, who is the head of the department, for being with us, for helping in all the ways, like whatever things we generally share in the midnights, for her presence, for her suggestions, and also my team, Dr. Deepti, who has been coordinating the whole event, and Miss Cynthia, though she's busy with her PhD presentations work, still she is available in the morning inaugural session, and Mr. Vittal, who has done a lot of work behind the screen, especially the technical support and all these things. He has taken the pain, a lot of pain. I think without much disturbances, I think we could complete the program today successfully. And I request all of you to be regular, be on time by 9:45 and take part even in the valedictory session tomorrow around 3:30 to 4:30. And tomorrow morning also we have very good sessions. Like today you have seen Sangeeta ma'am who has been from Assam, and Dr. Chand. Currently she is at Delhi, but otherwise she is stationed at Jammu. And we have many other people also tomorrow from different places. So I think we cannot generally travel there and then listen to them, or they may not, even if we invite offline programs, sometimes they may not be very, it may not be convenient for them, or may not be easy for them to come on whenever we organize the program. But because it is online, I think we are benefited and we could really listen to their sessions, their valuable insights and other aspects. So I request the same kind of a attendance and your presence even for tomorrow. So thanks a lot for all the people who have been there till the last session, and all my team members, my HOD, everyone. And definitely, like, we have to thank our principal who always encourages us. So I think tomorrow we'll continue once again whatever has to be discussed. So thanks a lot, and we are logging off the session for today.
Thank you, everyone. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.